Hey. Hey. What's going on? How are we? The chat. Glad the stream is early today, midnight to 2 a.m. Oh, yeah. People are from different countries. That's crazy, chat. Woo. I think this is a good time to start streaming. I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel. I've been kind of enjoying it. I have to be gone bang on 5 hours from now. Today, anyway. But that's fine. I don't think many people understand this tweet. This meme is too niche. Did you hear about the Colombia guy? Nope. Which Colombia guy? There are so many of them. I don't think many people understand this meme. It's just Doug Ford, the Canadian Conservative leader, being a total fucking hothead about the tariffs. And I just like the it's Stardust made this edit about him tying himself to a missile and firing himself at the White House. I don't. What's wrong? This is a good meme. You guys are fucking weird if you don't think this is a good meme. Okay? You need to get serious. It's an absolute banger. You missed Daniel Hagari. Yeah, I had a pretty bad weekend, mostly because Daniel Hagari is gone. Is the break over? For now. I've cut my hours a little bit because I still want to do various jobs outside of just streaming. But yeah, break's over, man. We're firing back in. It's a good meme. Yeah. A Columbia University protest leader was arrested. Wow. Why? What'd he do? Immigration agents. Wait, haven't they been doing this? Haven't they been doing this anyway? This is normal. Unfortunately, it's normal under Trump. Isn't he deporting all kinds of people, like migrant students? Even for people who were just like non-violently occupying the building or whatever? Which again, students do all the time. I don't think you should deport people for this. It's kind of stupid. This isn't an arrest. This is a detention. This is ICE. You're going back to teaching and music production. No. I'm just, well, I'm doing that as well. I enjoy that, but I'm not going to do that for too long. I'm doing some music stuff, but it's more just like, it's not for work. It's just a hobby. I'm also doing a bit more. They caused millions of dollars of damage. Yeah, but not everyone who was, they're not trying to deport everyone who did that, right? Yes, I saw Hassan and Badam are beefing. They're not even really beefing. It's just, from what I heard, it's some stupid, meaningless, light criticism that Hassan can't handle because he's too insecure. I don't know. About how Hassan is actually too much of a pro-Zionist. Brilliant. Federal immigration authorities arrested a Palestinian activist on Saturday who played a prominent role in Columbia University's protests against Israel. Significant escalation in the Trump administration's pledge to detain and deport student activists. Yeah, they've said they were going to do this for quite a while. They've been promising this shit for ages. And this guy, not Mohammed, Mahmoud, he's called. Not Mohammed, chat. Well done. He was in his university-owned apartment when several ICE agents, took him in. Yeah, this is just Trump like clamping down on free speech rights. That's all, that's all he's doing. You think I support this? I don't care how shitty this guy is, I don't think this is the appropriate punishment for whatever the fuck he was doing. Even if he was doing criminal stuff, then get the police involved. If he wasn't, then his lawyer didn't know where he was. He's pissy that Hassan used the Haaretz as a source. Oh, okay. Whoop. Rip. So what was the guy accused of doing? Rubio, Hamas supporters, I see. Was he a Hamas supporter? In what way? He received a master's at the School of International Affairs. Alleged criminal activity supporting a terror group. He had not been charged with a crime. It's an extraordinary move with an uncertain legal foundation, according to immigration experts. Really? Under investigation. He apparently helped to organize an unauthorized marching event in which participants glorified the October 7th attack, playing a substantial role in the circulation of social media posts criticizing Zionism, among other acts of alleged discrimination. They handed out a Hamas booklet that you read on stream. That wasn't a Hamas booklet, though. It was a pro-Hamas booklet, but that was the one where they were like, "Oh, here are the." Oh, was it actually created by the Hamas media? What, the one that I read on stream wasn't, was it? The one that was like framing everything in international law and human rights and shit, even though it was all bullshit. Like, yeah. Let's see. What was the pamphlet? Is this it? Oh, this one. Oh, we did read this one. Yeah, this was their statement on October 7th, where they're like, we didn't kill any civilians. We'd never do that. It's really bad. Yeah, we did read this one. Grounds of deportability. I'm going to guess it's terrorist activity. Have engaged on or appears likely to engage in terrorist activity, has incited terrorist activity as a representative of a terrorist organization or a group that endorses or espouses terrorist activity, or a member of an organization. And this terrorist activity here would be a participated in Nazi persecution, genocide, torture, or extrajudicial killings. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. If you want to fuck with this guy for handing out leaflets that are printed by the Hamas media office, why wouldn't you just make it a criminal thing? Wouldn't? Because this would be some kind of like hate speech or incitement. I know in the UK there's a lot of this you're not allowed to do. You're not allowed to distribute literature from fucking terror orgs, even if you're a citizen. But we have laws for that, like crimes, not like just ICE detains you. Rip. Big rip. Fuck that. I know he said the charge would be ICE, yeah. The problem is that some people who don't even support Hamas are going to get fucked for this, you know? Welp. Not good. There was that Chinese person who already got deported, wasn't there? The Chinese girl who was just kind of like smiling and being friendly when they arrested her. Why not deport him? What's he done? You want to deport someone for handing out a Hamas statement? Seems a little bit fucking extreme for me, especially since that document, Hamas state narrative on October 7th, leaflet. Where is it? What was it called? Our narrative. Is it in the Palestine Chronicle? This is it, yeah. What? The thing about this is that Hamas made this. This was definitely their Western whisperers who wrote this one. because it was so much softer, I thought, than anything I saw. Remember fucking Beast Process was on talking about this with me, about how it was so much softer than all the rhetoric that you see from people like Second Thought and like the Deprogram podcast and shit like that, because it was actually, it was saying something about how like we would never kill civilians, like that was all just like friendly fire, like killing civilians is an affront to the Islamic faith and shit. Wait, why is it not highlighting the fucking oh my god. Do they incite here? Who is Hamas? What is needed? Humanitarian, ethical, legal imperatives. Halt the aggression. Hold the occupation legally accountable. I'm contacting my FBI handler. You'll never touch their soul again. Distributor of Islamist propaganda. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Somehow I don't really know if this is the same kind of distribution. I don't trust you guys to read this by yourself. That's why I'm reading it with you. So you don't get radicalized. Amnesty International. Yeah, it's very. This is like a Western whisperer meme. This whole thing. Occupation, ethnic cleansing, blockade, people in jails, fascist minister. They love using that. They love calling people Nazis and fascists. Proceeding from the above, Operation Al-Aqsa flood not was a necessary step and a normal response to confront. Oh, okay, that's probably a bit fucked up. Okay. Oh. What is this? Why are you giving me this? Why can't I show this in browser? What? Why am I being shown this? Was this one of the things he was handing out? Sometimes history needs a flood. Where's the evidence that he was handing this out? Where's the article? You better not have got this off Twitter. Otherwise I'm going to be very fucking mad. I'm just wondering if he was anti-Kamala. What do you think? I don't think he was pro-Trump, but he would have been anti-Kamala, of course. You think there should be a punishment for distributing terror propaganda? For speech stuff, just like if you think there are some speeches that if there's some speech that crosses legal thresholds, just fine them. Like I don't know, just give them a fucking fine. You need to kick them out of the country. Fuck. If they do it again, this is not speech. It would come under free speech and expression, you fucking idiot. God. It's like people send unsolicited fucking nudes and they're like, no, it's not speech. What am I saying? Just a picture of my balls. What up? This is not, I don't care if it's not protected. We're talking about what's moral. Rip. Okay. How does the First Amendment apply? Well, not if you're a migrant on a green card, like it's not, you don't, crime is not the only way that you can get your green card revoked, right? Because they consider it like a privilege or some shit. I'm not talking about what the legal standard is, though. It's obviously this is a choice by the current president. There's a reason Biden. I don't believe Biden did this. I don't think he even advocated for this. And this guy, as far as I know, has not been charged. They're not even saying he committed a crime. You guys are silly. What's this? Oh, apparently David debated Dean and Parker. He 2v1 them. Oh no. Let's see. I'm going to make a prediction here. I'm going to get annoyed at all three of them. Actually, I don't know anything about Parker's position. I know Dean is just kind of like a little bit ignorant and just and he wouldn't even deny that. And he just defaults to like the progressive like standard position, which is obviously very, very, very anti-Israel. So Parker, I have no idea, and David's going to annoy me because he's going to advocate for Israel in the most cringe, shitty way possible. But let's see. Let's see. Had to say you voted Trump to not get kicked. Okay.
22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, technically.
Okay, why so?
What do you mean technically?
I believe that the current like state of the Democratic Party has just gone a little too like
Soy.
I don't know what I'm allowed to
Terrorist.
say on TikTok. Pro terror. Am I allowed to say the T word?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Wait, do you believe that? If you wanted to pretend that you were a Trump voter, you can just say Trump's not going to hamstring Israel as much. Like, that's actually true. Like, if you want Israel to just kind of do what they like without America getting in their way, then yeah, you would vote for Trump. If that's your number one and only issue. If you care about Palestinians, no, that's not your argument. But you think the Democratic Party is pro-terror. Okay. So you actually do believe that. They've become too permissive to okay, let's see.
I said yeah.
So what'd you say technically in response to?
Oh, because I did it as a protest vote because I'm in a like a state that was never going to end up like turning Republican.
David, no matter the metric that we would use to determine that the Democrat Party is pro-terror, MAGA, Trump, and the Republican Party will
More
rank worse
pro-terror.
on said metric. So, I mean, would you be able to tell us a way
Pisco and Avi debate because Avi was dick riding Trump. What, because of Israel or because of other things?
in which the Democrat Party is
actually
pro-terror in a
interesting.
way in which the Republican Party is not?
Okay, so I would say that I wouldn't say that. Well, what do you mean by the Republican Party being pro-terror? I'd say they're pro.
Like any way that you look at it. Like I mean, like the only like the one way that I could think of where like the Democrat Party genuinely did exuberate like pro-terror ideologies
Jan
was within
6?
their support for Israel. However,
Oh god, that's fucking
supports Israel significantly.
okay. Or actually, no. Wait, Trump does support a form of Israeli terror. He does because Trump just says like in a very indiscriminate sounding way, like we're just going to bomb the shit out of you and all hell's going to break loose. And he has actually been okay with like relaxing rules of engagement in the past, and he wants to kick everyone out of Gaza. So. Actually, no, yeah, that's actually I agree with Dean on that. Fuck.
More.
I would say that it would have to do with their support of like terror groups in the Middle East, like the Houthis, like Hamas, like the protests that literally included chants of like Yemen and make us proud, turn another ship around, including chants like long live the Intifada, including chants like Min al Maya min Maya Palestine Arabia, which is like from the water to the water, Palestine is Arab. Like a lot of really unhinged things were going on around like college campuses.
Uh-oh.
And I'm not saying that
But let me
necessarily
clarify.
No hinge.
You don't think so I just want to clarify. You don't think they're pro-terror for supporting Israel, who is ethnically cleansed and war crimes tens of thousands of innocent Palestinian individuals, correct?
Uh-oh. Oh, he's talking about the state of Israel. He's not talking about what Trump had. Okay. Rip.
No. Also,
You have to elaborate, David. Come on.
Well, first of all, what do you mean by ethnically cleansed? Do you mean in the West Bank, or are you talking about Gaza?
This would apply to, like, from what I know, like 400,000 individuals from Gaza. And I'm sure that individuals have been displaced from the West Bank, however, I'm unsure on the specifics.
Wait, what do you mean 400,000? Are you saying that 400,000 people
Yeah, there's been like,
kicked
isn't
out
like
of
400,000
Gaza by Israel?
Palestinians displaced from the Gaza Strip since 2021?
I believe 100,000-ish have gone to Egypt. Where have the other ones gone? Oh, it's 2021. Okay. Maybe. How many Gazans have fled to Egypt since 2021? I don't think that many would have been going in the... Since the war started, it's been 100,000. 115,000, maybe? Where is 400,000? Okay. I don't know where that is, but
I
yeah.
are you talking about like the movement of the population
Dean, you're
during?
muted, by the way. You can't, people in the chat can't hear you. I can hear you, but they can't.
I can also hear. I, are you are you talking about? I'll give him a second to fix his mic before I start spouting.
There we go.
How
All
long
right.
does this last? Holy shit.
Are you talking
Double
about
speed.
like
Double speed.
the population
Fuck.
movements during like the war, like when there was evacuations, or are you trying to say that Israel? Like I know that there is like concerning, like very very concerning policy, and like really unhinged rhetoric about like moving the population out of the Gaza Strip, and I completely like disagree with all that. But at the end of the day, you're
Would
like,
you say like that Donald Trump's policy in direct support of ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip makes Donald Trump pro-terror?
oh, I wouldn't say it's pro-terror, but it's like pro-human rights abuses. I think it's a different thing. It's not terror would be like purposely trying to like murder a civilian population in order to try to get like political change. So I don't know. I feel like that's a weird way to say it, but if you want to say
Yeah,
that,
I mean, we could say that he's purposely ethnically cleansing the Palestinian individuals from the Gaza Strip for their political change insofar as the occupation and ownership of the Strip by Israel or Trump Gaza.
apparently it's the ownership by the USA actually, but
He's like
I
something
think
that's
that's completely
something
unhinged.
yeah.
But what I'm saying is I didn't vote for Trump because I supported Trump's policy. I voted for Trump in order to be like. So have you heard of like the Michigan movement? Is he? Sorry. But basically, I don't know if he was able to hear this, but basically the way that there was a Michigan movement where it's like they're not going to vote for Kamala because like for them, I think it was a lot worse because they genuinely believed that Trump was going to be better for the Palestinians, which is hilarious. But for me, like I just voted for Trump because I knew it was a state that was never going to turn Republican, and it was to show like, and New York, like it did move a lot. New York was the slimmest margin I think like in years. I think it was like a 12 point difference between Kamala and Trump in New York, which is insane because I think for Biden it was like a 40-point difference. That's yeah. I don't know if Dean's thing's broken, so I don't want to try arguing if he's not here.
Can you repeat your point?
My point is that, like, at the end of the day, the reason that I quote unquote voted, or like, well, not quote unquote, the reason I voted for Trump is because I believe the Democratic Party has gone pro-terror and hasn't really addressed the issues in their own party. And like, until then, I'm going to have like vehement, like, I want to be fully supportive of the Democratic Party because I believe that the Republican Party is not going to do the right thing for our country. But at the end of the day, if like,
Just curious, what's the strongest case for Israel's existence as a Jewish majority state in your view? Pretty straightforward. Jews are not going to survive in the Middle East as a minority. They would have a very fucking horrible time of it. That's it. They might one day, you know, in the next 50, 100, 200 years. But the way things are right now, nah, you're probably not going to want to be a minority, especially as Israelis in the Middle East. Seems like they don't get on that well.
if our side goes, if like my side, like I'm a liberal, if that side goes unchecked, then everything, like all the things that we believe in, is just going to fall apart if we just like allow people like, and we make excuses. And I see that it's not just that like the people, like I know it's a minority that are going to like be supporting Houthis and like and Hamas and other like terror groups, but at the end of the day, they're not really getting a lot of pushback. I don't see like the party like really.
What?
What?
Wait, no, like one of the biggest events online in politics on the left in like the last like year, in between like ideologies through content creators was like social democrats, H3 fans, like shitting on Hassan for being like a potential like Houthi fanboy.
Yeah, but that's an extremely small movement, and like I see like, and I see how much hate and how much like the left is trying to like eat him alive, or even trying to call out like their idol that is like, he pretends he's like, oh, I'm being harassed because I'm just pro-Palestine, but then watches like hours of content of like terrorist videos and is like, bro, that is so cool, man. Did you see they made a rifle, bro? The resistance is not perfect, like things like that, and it's like,
So
I'm not going to say that
It's just like the thing is, I know David wants to come on here to like advocate for Israel or whatever, but like the problem is if you're trying to start the debate on a false pretense to make it sound like you voted for Trump, then it's like, unless you actually do have a strong feeling that the Democratic Party has enabled these terror groups, because as far as I know, and as far as I've seen, the Democratic Party has worked really, really hard to keep these people on the fringes. Like they have not capitulated to them at all, really. Apart from, I think, one shipment of 2,000-pound bombs was stopped to Israel at a point when I don't even know if they would have needed them anymore. Like, and also, what was the other thing that they obviously pushed for, like more aid trucks to go into Gaza? I don't really. Other than like Biden occasionally, like the odd statement where he accused them of indiscriminate bombing or whatever the fuck, like other shit, but. No, I don't think. I think you're just in a difficult position there, unless you've got like really strong takes about Ilhan Omar or the Democratic Party, maybe like normalizing Hassan a little bit. But even then, they haven't really. I don't know.
party is
So you voted for Trump because you hate Hassan,
They
essentially.
ignored
Not
the
just because I hate
problem.
Hassan, because
I mean, Biden policed the shit out of those protesters, though. He was, I mean, not that he's the executive, but it's not like he was in charge of that, but he was obviously associated with it.
Do
I see the
you
rest
say that
part.
the state of Israel is not perfect in response? Like, are you pro-Israel?
Yeah, I'm pro-Israel.
So how the fuck are you going to sit up here and say this about Hassan?
Yeah,
Please
well.
get a
Not
fucking
about
damn grip on reality. What the hell is wrong
What
with
do you
you?
mean? How's it about Hassan? It's
You,
not
you,
about
you say
Hassan.
you say Israel's not perfect. You do the same shit. You not do the same
Yeah,
shit.
the problem is with this, like even in the progressive, like social democrat sphere, like the perspective on Israel Palestine is just fucked. Like it's just cooked. It's just like there's been too much, and like the idea that this guy would like even Parker here, supposed to be the more reasonable one, is already like acting as if Israel and Hamas, like the state of Israel and Hamas, are just like equal in terms of saying like this group's not perfect in the other. Yeah, it's just oh god. Well, fuck. I don't want to watch this. Sounds cringe. Sorry. Well, actually, let's hear David's response.
What does that mean? Saying I'm not here to.
You defend Israel's war crimes, right?
No, I don't defend their war crimes.
What a fucking
Wait, do you
question.
think Netanyahu should step down?
Yes,
Do you think that he should be tried for his war crimes?
yes, but
Okay,
I still
that doesn't
I
seem like a
still
typical
support the
pro-Israel
war.
position.
That is, it is a pro-Israel position. It is
Really?
a pro-Israel position to be anti-Netanyahu. You don't think that? You don't think that?
Okay. Wait. Okay. So, are you against any person who's committed war crimes within the context of the Israeli state government?
Probably.
Probably is crazy.
I mean, well, I don't know what you mean.
I said
like,
war crimes. I said war crimes are pretty.
If we agree on what
clear.
war crimes are, then yes. The answer is yes. Then the answer is yes. If we agree on what war crimes
aren't war crimes defined by like the UN?
are. Kind of, but it's complicated based on like different treaties that you signed. It's a complicated process, but yes, in general they are. But what I would say, Jesus, that got me off track. What were we just speaking about before that? Oh yeah, you assume that I support Netanyahu because I would be pro-Israel. That like you know that there's like the vast majority of like pro-Israel people, especially like Jews in America and even in like Israel, are not like pro-Netanyahu. They might be like
You do believe there's a
supportive
distinction
of
between Zionists and Jewish people, right?
Yeah, I know that, but you know that like the vast majority of Jews are Zionists.
I know. I was just trying to make sure that you made that distinction.
Yeah, of course. And anti-Zionism isn't necessarily anti-Semitism either. To be clear on that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, but what I would say is that like so, I find that a lot of this goes down to people like oversimplifying what's going on. Like I hear a lot of people. I guess you're probably one of the people that says that Israel is an ethno state and other things like that, and like that makes sense when you're like.
I think Zionism seeks to maintain a Jewish ethnicity.
No, I think that
ethnicity is just like they want to keep a majority Jewish control over government.
I believe that Zionism wants to have like the Jewish people like protected in that homeland of Israel. I don't believe that it has to necessarily be a state that is majority Jewish for all of history. It's the current state.
I would say that's different than like most people the way that they define Zionism. Now, I mean, if you're defining Zionism not to mean like that there should be like a particular like majority Jewish population, right? Then isn't what you're arguing like compatible with like a one-state solution where like the secular democratic society where like people live together in peace?
And yeah, in the future, but there is no like I heard you say that as well, that you support a one state solution, but I asked a secular not sectarian, what's the word you said for a one state solution? I guess whatever, equal rights to a one state solution. But I mean like
the same way we have integration in the United States. Like I believe in integrated societies.
Polling on what like Israelis and Palestinians believe about that solution. What do you think the polling is on that?
I don't even know what the polls are. I'm saying this is my position ethically.
Well, you have to. Our ethics should be based on something that can happen. If ethically you're like, wow, this would be really cool.
This is where you accuse him of being a white colonizer. This is a colonizer mindset. What's your ethical position? What if but it needs both sides to want it to work. Both sides need to agree on it to work. If they don't agree with it, then you have to reconsider what you want, unless you think Palestinian statehood should just be delayed until they're ready to become as multicultural as you are. This is if you want to debate people like this on the Middle East, like the only way to really do it is to outwoke them. Like you have to, but we'll see how it goes.
If it actually happened, there would be like hundreds of thousands of deaths, and then it wouldn't
work.
work.
That's not what I'm arguing for. I'm not arguing for hundreds of thousands of deaths. What are you talking? I'm saying ethically speaking, it makes most sense that we integrate societies and we don't have separated societies on the basis of ethnicity.
Okay, but we have to also acknowledge
is that a bad take? Is it a
bad
bad take to argue for integration?
I hope for that in the future, but I'm saying is if you believe that is something that is achievable in like any point in our lifetime, when the majority
how is this not achievable in our lifetime?
Because the polling is that about there's three different options that are given in polls. I could give a thing. There's a Washington Institute.
Thank you, $2. Thank you.
What I would say is that like there is like three different choices. One is a one state solution with equal and democratic like rights. One is a one state Palestinian solution. The same question is asked for Israelis, and it's a one state just Israel solution. And then there's a two state solution. What do you think are the rankings of those?
None of those are my position. My position isn't like I don't know what you mean by Palestinian or Israeli solution.
One of them is one state for two people. He just said that.
I know what you mean by those.
The Palestinian state is like one with unequal rights. Those are the three options. One is a one state with unequal rights. One is a one. Hello.
What?
They were polled with 3 options for Palestinians and Israelis. Got a poll. They had 3 options. One was 2-state solution. One was a 1-state solution with equal rights, and one was a 1-state solution with unequal rights. And when they chose, both sides.
I don't know why you portrayed it as like the Palestinian solution.
Because for wait, what?
Because oh no, I don't know. People just don't know anything. It's just yeah. I don't even blame them. It's like a different part of the world. It doesn't really affect our part of the world. Huh.
I said there was a poll for Palestinians, and they said a 1-state one Palestinian state, like it would be a Palestinian state for Palestinians only, and from the river to the sea. They asked the same thing for Israelis, and that was it bounced back and forth between a 2-state solution and saying a 1-state with unequal rights. Those are like the main.
Wait,
the main
1-state with equal rights, would that be the best?
Unequal rights.
Wait, I'm not arguing for unequal rights.
I understand, but
so I don't know why you're asking me about. I don't know why you're bringing up polling if it's not relevant to the position that I brought up.
Because why would you? Because it's like it's a worthless virtue signal. And
how is it a worthless virtue signal for me to argue for integration?
Because okay, when you arguing for integration, what do you mean by that?
I'm arguing for integration. I'm not arguing for societies to be separated like that. Okay, I think that there should be integration.
Sure,
He's talking about this poll. I don't know why he said Washington Institute. I mean, maybe Washington Institute sometimes references PSR polls, but it's from PSR. It's this one here. They're asked, do you want 2-state or 1 non-democratic state? That's why he said Israeli or Palestinian. Like, because obviously the Israelis would want a Israeli exclusive non-democratic state and Palestinians theirs. And then 1 state with equality. And if you look at both groups, Palestinians and Israeli Jews, 1 democratic state with equality, which Parker's advocating for, is the least popular option. And as far as I know, it always has been. I don't think this 1 democratic state with equality, I've never seen any poll that gives it more than like 30% in the polls, maybe 32, 33. Yeah, the point is that these groups don't want to share a country together. They want a Palestinian state or an Israeli state, in which case the most logical thing is to split them, is to have a Palestinian state and an Israeli state. And that's why it's an issue for Parker, because although everyone likes the idea of integration, yeah, obviously as a Westerner, like I'm pro-integration, I'm pro-multiculturalism, but it's kind of useless if they don't want it, right? Why the fuck would you impose something that neither group wants? Like, yeah, you guys just share the country together. Good luck. We'll come back and we'll see how you get along. We'll see you guys try to divvy up who controls the army. Like you got ex-Hamas commanders and ex-IDF enforcers, like the chief of staff, like fighting over who gets to control it. What are we gonna do? Like split the military between like fucking the IDF chief of staff and whoever's in charge of Hamas right now. The Al-Qassam brigades, integrate them into a force. Fuck. It's very unserious, guys. Very unserious.
There's 2 million like Arab Israelis, right, that are integrated into Israeli society. You're aware of that, right?
I'm not disputing that. I don't know why that's an argument that like saying that like it's fully. Are you saying that like prior to full integration through the context of like after the Civil Rights Act and whatnot that there was like enough integration prior? No, you would have advocated for more integration, right?
Okay, yeah, but first of all,
do you think segregation works?
No, but we okay. So I have a question. Do you know like what happened to the Jewish population throughout like the Middle East? Are you aware of like this?
This debate is way too fucking ADHD. Oh my god. Focus on, like, the thing is, you need to focus on one point. Like, he's obviously, I don't think Parker has ever actually been aware of the concept of how unpopular and how unworkable a 1-state solution for 2 people is at this present time, especially after October 7th. But yeah, you need to focus on that one. Like that, you can get a lot more mileage out of that one point than just pivoting off of it. Because now we're talking about the way Jews are treated in the Middle East, and he's just going to come back to like, yeah, just because you're treated badly in the past, that doesn't mean you can't go forward and still pursue equality. Like, obviously, how much discrimination was there for Black people in America, but they didn't go and make an ethno-state, you know, that kind of thing.
Happened to like the I forgot, I think it was about 1.2 million Jews that were across the Middle East before the 1948. Do you know how many are left in the rest of the Middle East?
I don't know the number of people. Like, are you talking about like the displacement of Jewish people?
Yeah, there's displacement of Jewish people.
Yeah.
There is like legitimate concerns for Jewish people across the Middle East, especially.
I don't dispute that there are concerns, right?
Yeah.
I'm not disputing that. Here's my argument, right? If it's about keeping people safe, why couldn't we have set up a state within the United States?
Wait, what?
Yeah, why couldn't we have given a state in the United States?
Oh, because the United States actually like so.
Yeah, because they didn't. Yeah, the United States didn't give them a state in the U.S. Like, Jews tried to go to the United States because the United States was very promising, but the United States said no, fuck off.
United States and the rest of the world.
He's got colonizer mindset. That's it. He's assuming like this from the position of the colonial states that made the decision. It's like, yeah, the British made a bad decision by issuing the Balfour Declaration in an area that was populated and being very vague about the boundaries. But the Jews who needed somewhere to go, like that wasn't up to them. They had to take what they were given. I mean, what, they chose Palestine over Uganda, I guess. But by the time you're past 1917, 1918, then the Jews are going to go where they've got the option, and the option was Palestine. It was Israel. So yeah.
Including even the British were literally denying Jews the right to go to any countries, especially after the Holocaust and other places and other like between.
So you're saying that Jewish Americans were not allowed into the United States. Is that your argument?
A vast majority of them
Generally,
were.
yeah.
I'm not gonna say vast majority, but a huge amount of them were sent back and literally not allowed.
So would you have supported Jewish Americans being able to like create a state within the U.S.?
Well, they didn't need to because they were made equal citizens. They actually had like the best experience in the world in the United States compared to other Jews and the ones who stayed in Europe and went elsewhere.
Rather than like where it currently is.
Like I believe that like there's a reason that it's in Israel because of like the history of the. of the Jewish
okay. So it's seemingly.
But it is for safety. I think at the end of the day,
if it's about safety, then why did you say it was regional?
Because there's a like historical precedent of like you're asking why did they
But that doesn't increase the likelihood of safety. If anything, you just argued that they were less safe in that area.
Well, no. Well, I promise you, they were not less safe in that area than across Europe and like America in the early hundreds, and especially they couldn't even go to America.
Here, David,
like,
this is what I believe in. I believe that people who are Jewish should be allowed to go to the United States. I believe people who are Palestinian should be able to go to the United States. I believe people of all groups should be able to come to the United States. That's what I believe in. I believe in integrated societies. Okay.
I agree too.
Secular, democratic, and integrated societies.
I agree as well.
Okay. So, like, the reason why I disagree with people when they say they say they believe in a two-state solution is because ethically speaking, I don't think it's arguing for integration. That push the hand hard.
But I don't know what you mean. But
I think effectively it's arguing for segregation.
It's not, because there's literally it's not an ethnic like segregation, because there's literally like 2 million Israeli Palestinians that live with there's discrimination, but they have like equal rights. There is still problems. I don't want to like minimize it at all. Like I know like
in the West Bank, you don't think there are problems? You don't think that Palestinians are treated under a different law within the West Bank compared to Israelis?
Of course.
That's apartheid, isn't it?
Not really, because
No,
apartheid has to do with racial with racial dominance because of racial dominance. I would say that there's apartheid like conditions in the West Bank that are like seriously problematic. But
Yeah, this debate's all over the place. It's fucking absolute state. Okay. Let's go. Fuck that. Jeez. Parker's probably panicking because he doesn't know anything here. No, he can debate his way through it. He's fine. You didn't get to the Hamas supporter. What, you and Parker debated on the Hamas supporter at the university? Do I want to watch that? I don't think that guy should be deported. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Shit. He gives up and calls the reinforcer. Oh, do you want us to watch you winning, David? You said timestamped when you were winning. He brought in a Hamas supporter. Wait,
22.
what? What?
Over Donald Trump?
But I don't know what you mean. But
I think effectively it's arguing for segregation.
It's not, because there's literally
Is two countries really segregation? Is that what you call that? Two countries is not segregation. Like two it's a separation, but when you say segregation, you're implying that they both live in the same country, and it's like the whites go here and the blacks go there. Like that's segregation. But, okay.
It's not an ethnic like segregation, because there's literally Israeli like 2 million.
Like really, is fucking Kosovo and Serbia, are they segregated? Like, is that how you describe it? It's segregation. Oh, they're two different. There would just be two different countries. India, Pakistan.
Israeli Palestinians that live with there's discrimination, but they have like equal rights. There is still problems. I don't want to like minimize it at all. Like I know like
in the West Bank, you don't think there are problems? You don't think that Palestinians are treated under a different law within the West Bank compared
to Israelis? He's not talking about the
West
Bank, though.
That's apartheid, isn't it?
Not really, because
No,
apartheid has to do with racial with racial dominance because of racial dominance. I would say that there's apartheid like conditions in the West Bank that are like seriously problematic. But
so the only reason you're saying it's not apartheid is because you don't consider Palestinians to be a race. Is that what your argument is?
No, that's not why. No. By racial domination, it could also be by ethnicity.
Okay. So are Palestinians an ethnic group?
Wait, you're not letting me finish the argument. It's not because of the ethnic group. It's because of the fact that one of these is due to like actual genuine security concerns, and the other would be based on like racial domination in the case of South Africa.
It's not just racial domination. I think the definition of apartheid goes beyond just racial domination. I don't know why.
Hey, look at this. This guy's actually a human being. Honestly, debunking Ethan and Ela Klein's Zionist propaganda has been fun and productive, but trying to get their kids taken away is a whole other story, and I do not fuck with that one bit. It's one thing to call out their BS and ask for accountability, but this is too much. Wow. That's wild. To be fair, he was like really happy watching Israelis scrambling to get to the airport after fucking, or watching people running away from. Was it sirens when the Iranian missiles went out? Millhouse, the bare minimum. You expect me to give someone brownie points for the bare minimum? Yeah, I will actually. Fuck, it's fine.
We're arguing that it's just racial domination.
No, the basis of apartheid is a segregation based on like racial.
It's not. This is a Destiny talking point, and it's fucking wrong. Okay, apartheid can be segregation based on ethnic or national lines as well. It doesn't have to be racial. The crime of apartheid does not have to be racial. The argument would be over intent to do it for the sake of supremacy. That would be the. Listen, you're listening to the wrong streamer, David. Don't know what to tell you.
So you're saying that no apartheid exists outside or by utilizing the difference in rights off of an ethnicity?
Well, one of the problems is that this is like there is like an actual conflict over like whether this piece of land is like Israeli or Palestinian. I believe it should be Palestinian, and that like the vast majority of settlers should be like removed in the long term. I believe that there needs to in order to have a genuine solution in the meantime, like there's time for integration in the future. Like, but the biggest thing is there needs to be like a calm, and the biggest way to have calm is to let like these two people that have completely different like wants and desires to have like self-determination, with the Palestinians getting the West Bank and Gaza.
Wouldn't that be with a secular democratic society? Because then there's no restriction of people going into certain areas. Isn't it a huge dispute that there's a restriction of people going into certain areas that they consider holy lands? Or like their ancestral lands.
That can still be done without. That can still, yeah. But the problem is these two populations are so fucking radicalized, and I'm including the Israeli population. Which
doesn't the one state solution then fix that issue?
No, because we're not. Because we saw what happens when the gates are open without actually fixing the ties between each other first. Like there needs to be some sort of calm. There needs to be like an end to the conflict before you could possibly decide to integrate. Like,
wait. Why wouldn't the integration be an end to the conflict?
Because so there was bettering of conditions in like Gaza. That was slowly happening, despite there being like a blockade. There was bettering, like the conditions were getting better and better, and like there was a calm in the. I don't know if you know this, but there was like a lot more things that were going through Gaza. There was a lot.
I don't know if have you seen videos of Gaza?
I understand.
I don't know how you can say that.
David, from when though? Okay, that's, again. Hey, okay, fuck.
Don't get it. I don't get what you're saying right now. I can't. Okay, you're saying a different point. Okay,
this is the Apartheid Convention. In this convention, the term racial discrimination shall mean any distinction, exclusion, restriction, or preference based on race, color, descent, or national or ethnic origin. So they broaden the meaning of racial discrimination in the Convention on Apartheid. So chill, okay?
Okay.
I've been sitting back and listening, and what I've gotten from David is that David is essentially saying that neither the people of Palestine nor Israel want integration.
Yes, and
oh my God, was that Dean? He's on it. What the fuck? Sigma. Holy heck.
I still believe that there should be integration, but the idea that there should be like a.
I don't think that's a good argument. I mean, if you like for example, if people who are white and people who are black during like the Jim Crow era didn't want integration, are you saying that they shouldn't have integrated?
No, wait.
Are you saying if it had the same polling numbers that you wouldn't have racially integrated society?
And if they were also at war with each other for like 75 years, yeah. Yeah, probably, yeah. That's the whole point of the civil rights. Like, yeah, the black population wanted integration, and so did and they had to convince the white population to want it as well. And that's why Lyndon Johnson got his fucking landslide and shit, yeah. Same with apartheid, even. In apartheid South Africa, there was, after a lot of pressuring, the white population voted in favor of negotiating with Mandela. If it were the case that only Israelis wanted segregation and the Palestinians were actually like, yeah, we want to share the land. We just want to be your neighbors. We don't want to fight you. Fuck off. We just want to share a country. We both live here. And you've built so many fucking settlements and got so much military and security presence here that you're never going to separate into two states anyway. Then, yeah, if a Palestinian leader said that, I would support them like right now, you know? If that became the national position of Palestinians, I would completely support that. They'd have every right to advocate for that. And then the Israelis would have to get pressured into growing the fuck up. Get serious. Stop being so unserious.
Okay, so first of all, I the idea of comparing
No, I'm just asking in that context because the justification that you used was that there was like support amongst the population.
But it's not just that; it's the fact that there's a violent conflict that is killing thousands and thousands and like tens of thousands of people now with this current war. And the idea that like you can just like start integrating is delusional. The same way that happened.
No, you're just saying it's delusional. You're not saying why you think it's delusional.
I don't know if you know anything about like Rwanda. But like there was, and I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on that. I just know like a general vibe is like sometimes you try to like quickly override something and you end up with like a genocide of the other population that was.
You don't know enough. Wait, so are you saying that like because they did integration that it led to a genocide?
Because they didn't actually take steps and they just quickly like reversed the
Can
roles.
you give
of
me a
like,
single historian that says that? That says that explicitly because of that.
okay, so
Yeah, Richard Evans is one who said that he said that the deportation of ethnic Germans from Eastern and Central Europe was justified because their remaining in the Sudetenland or in like Western Poland and all that shit would have actually resulted in inflaming further conflicts and increasing the chances of there being another like world war because their presence was used as Hitler's precedent to start trying to expand into those areas.
I can't.
I mean, also like independence movements though, right? Like Yugoslavia. Is it bad that should Kosovo have just stayed part of fucking Serbia? Would that have been a good idea? Or what was it? Oh god, I'm gonna feel so dumb if I get the country wrong here. Which country used to be part of Pakistan? Now it's not. Is it Bangladesh? It was. Yeah, it was Bangladesh in the 70s. Yeah. Because Bangladesh was East Pakistan. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I can't. I'm gonna.
Do you have like a thing on this?
Oh, what do you say about that country? I was paused when I was coming up. So what do you say?
I don't want to add like I don't want to get into Rwanda because it's stupid of me to like fully talk about something that I don't have the full details on. Like at least with this topic, I can say I'm very aware of like the ongoing details. I have a question for you actually. Would you consider October 7th a genocide?
No,
Whoa.
You wouldn't. No.
I think Hamas or the H group has genocidal intents.
Wait.
I think because we can read their charter and it's clear what they think about the Jews. I think the H group.
Who are they? Who the fuck are these people? There's so many people in this call. What?
But the actual event itself.
What's it?
No.
And also, like to be clear, every single one of us condemn what happened on October 7th.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of like asking if you consider 9/11 a genocide. Like,
Wait,
like-
hold on. No.
No,
Wait.
I guess like the reason in which I say that is like what point does like a large like how many people must die for a genocide to be constituted? I think that's like the
What
question.
do you with intent?
I mean, the Yazidis was the Yazidi genocide by ISIS was what, 5,000 people died? I don't think it has to be about numbers. It's about intent.
I think it has to do with intent more than anything. Like you can kill like 100. I don't think that Japan obviously was not a genocide when when the nuclear bombs hit. That wasn't a genocide because the goal wasn't to like eradicate a population. There was like
I don't
See,
know.
that's the thing.
I don't know if
I mean, well, no, but I mean, well, we had intent to cause mass damage,
Yeah.
and if you use a definition of genocide as a policy in order to eradicate a certain group, then no, it wasn't genocide,
Yeah.
right? because the United States didn't have a policy to eradicate a certain group, right?
Or
But,
intent, not even-
I don't
but
think
did
that's
it
necessarily
cause-
constitute genocide.
wait,
What's
no. Of course, intent is like the most important thing for genocide. Intent is like the entire definition of genocide is based on intent. But I'm curious. Do you guys call the war against Hamas a genocide?
Do I
the way
think,
that's yes, yes.
I do
I
think
do.
that there's a genocide of
Well,
Palestinians happening.
the war against Hamas or the war on the Palestinian people.
Well, what do you mean the war on the like?
Because we don't
The way
think
that they're
War on Gaza,
attacking-
we don't think there's a genocide of Hamas. We think there's
How long before we get to an interesting part of this debate? Where's the Hamas supporter? I just want to hear the
No.
Hamas supporter.
as a prima facie case to say that something is a genocide, right? As I
That's
already
the
said,
same person.
the
example,
I'm not doing. Oh, who's this?
ISIS, a T organization, has conducted military operations outside of Syria and Iraq. You want to know why? Because
Who's
they are
this?
a T organization that want to terrorize people on a global scale. Whereas if you're trying to imply that the H group, right, just trying to terrorize people globally, then why have they not conducted military operations outside of historic Palestine?
So if this is your argument that if they just have to target Jews outside of there, then surely you must agree.
Yes.
That Hezbollah, you must agree that Hezbollah is a genocidal group, right?
Ooh,
I am not-
Argentina. Whoa, and also a million other countries. Hezbollah are really like busy boys around the world. Holy shit! There's a whole book about how active Hezbollah have been in other countries, besides even at the beginning. I think their whole thing was like kidnapping Americans and mostly Americans, but also some Europeans and some Soviets as well.
Talking
Well,
about
no, you
Hizb,
want-
I'm
let's
talking
talk
about
about
the age group.
So you agree, but
Can you
can
not
agree
move
that
the
you now,
goalpost?
fine. So I'm sure that since this is your argument and this is where your line is for genocidal intent, I'm sure that you must agree that Hezb is a genocidal group, right?
Again,
Again,
again.
you're gonna try to
Oh,
argue,
whoa,
but
whoa,
you
whoa.
won't answer the question.
Why do you keep talking about Hizb? Are they
You
Palestinian?
Literally, huh? I'm not
Are
Palestinian.
Hizb Palestinian?
Some
Are
of
Hizb
them-
Palestinian?
Some of them are refugees. Yeah,
Are Hizb a Palestinian group?
No,
they
they're
have
not.
Palestinian members, and they are literally
They're,
allies.
are
They're
they a
allies.
Palestinian group, David? Are they a
cares?
Palestinian group?
Why are you trying to move the goalpost? First of all,
No, you are the one who's moving the goalpost.
You're the
Are
one who
they a
started-
Palestinian group?
you're the one who started off by saying, well, where's the they've only advocated for attacking Jews like outside of Israel.
No, what I'm
They
saying,
haven't
no.
acted on it themselves.
No. What I am trying to tell you, right? What I'm trying to
still
tell
have it,
you
you still have it.
is that what I'm trying to tell you is that Palestinian resistance groups have specifically conducted military operations. Where
they massacre
in
civilians.
Palestine, in historic Palestine.
You're such
You
a,
bringing
you're
up
such a
Hizb?
low little. You're such a
I'm not low at all.
sympathizer. It's actually
You are pro-Israel. Israel is literally sniping babies. What are you
Hamas
talking
is a
about?
terrorist group, and Israel is 1,000 times a terrorist group because more
Did she just say Israel's literally sniping babies? Good one.
people died. That's like I've heard these arguments. They're,
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you. You be with your resistance. The resistance literally only targets.
I'm
in this
gonna literally.
That's not what I said. What I said. Sorry.
I don't know why.
This guess. I can't. I don't know if I can do this guess anymore. For tonight's
All right, so
I'm sorry. I'm just saying. How are you comparing? Like again, you are trying to make it equivalent. Like you're comparing the colonizer with the colonized. You understand that, right?
this is like the most despicable. Like
Get 'em.
this is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of like terror support that doesn't.
Do you condemn
Israel.
the sniping of Palestinian children?
Yes, I do. Any example of that?
Do you know that the ITF is actively sniping Palestinian children?
You know that is like a total like.
ITF. That's a new one, Athena. Like honestly, I kind of like that one.
Yeah, the ITF. Do you know that the ITF is literally like sniping children in the head and in the chest? You know that, right?
I'm aware of reports.
Okay. Do you know that thousands of children have been unalived by the ITF? Literally thousands. 21,000 children are missing.
I okay. Again, this is just all of this is still like just completely and entirely just moving the goalposts and trying to avoid the actual argument.
It's not moving the
I was
goalposts at
trying-
all.
I don't know why Matt needed a savior. I was having a nice conversation with him.
What was the lore on the sniper one again? Oh, some mental fucking American doctor said that that there were a bunch of kids who had been hit by snipers because they had high velocity ammunition. The bullets were high velocity ammunition. High velocity just means that it came out of a rifle. Hamas uses high velocity in their fucking AKs. Like it's retarded, yeah. There is a lot of reports of kids who have had bullets in them, like one or two in the head or chest, or like some of them say in the chest and then one other part of the body, like leg or knee or whatever. And I've said from the beginning that the explanation for that would be that in some cases they would have just been murdered by the IDF. In other cases, it would have been friendly fire by Hamas. In other cases, it probably would have been the IDF accidentally killing people because the IDF accidentally kills their own as well. Like urban warfare is mental, right? Urban warfare is like bullets flying through fucking buildings that are badly built. So it's quite easy for a bullet to go through a wall, or people running past windows and they're not identified quickly enough and they just get shot in the fucking panic, or people like walking into combat zones. Yeah, there's lots of different reasons that people are getting shot. Some of it will be war crimes. Others will be accidents. Others will be war crimes by Hamas. Others will be accidents by Hamas. But to assume that every single bullet that's ever found in a fucking child is a Israeli sniper, like there's no evidence for that. There's no evidence for any like Israeli sniping operation to go and find kids and kill them. It's childish. It's really stupid.
Asking
No,
him.
no, you
I
are
don't
not
need
moving
a
the
savior.
goalposts at all.
So can
Well,
we
that
have-
doesn't
Now
make
you
sense.
vote my name, okay? One, Athena is much more intelligent on this issue than I am. So Parker brings her up because of that. Like she knows this
Yeah, but
issue
she's
very well.
pro-Hamas
So
herself.
I don't need any help. I defer to her because she's intelligent and she knows what she's talking about. That's why I shut up, because she knows what she's talking about. So I didn't come on here because I quote unquote needed help. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna mute and let her speak because she knows what she's talking about.
Actually, David, to be honest with you have about 5 seconds before I kick you. Athena, if you have any
Yeah.
last things you want to bring up with him, I'm about to kick him.
I mean, you could
Yeah,
I just
I'm
wanted to say
super disappointed.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Parker. I just wanted to say I specifically focus on the fact that there is a colonizing force that is G-siding Palestinians
I know
and
you
has
focus
been
on that.
Why is
G-siding
she using all these words? Is it because she's afraid of getting banned from TikTok? Oh god.
Palestinians
You
for the
focus on
past
that, and you
75
deny-
plus
you
years.
literally deny the atrocities of October 7th. And
I didn't
I'll
deny
admit,
any atrocities.
You literally said that it was like it's not genocidal because the H group hasn't.
Wait, that doesn't mean she denied any atrocity. I don't know what the fuck you're talking
Exactly.
about. Are you saying that I denied the
Yeah.
atrocity earlier? I literally said that we
Wait, I have a
both
question.
Matt and I agreed that that was not a genocide, right? Do you think 9/11 was a genocide?
No, because there
Wait,
wasn't.
why wasn't 9/11 a genocide?
because there wasn't genocidal intent. There wasn't a genocidal intent from Bin Laden to kill every single American, and there wasn't like an active, like an active
Are you kidding me? Wasn't there like a letter that was written with regards to how like Bin Laden was encouraging that over and over until America stops intervening within Middle Eastern politics?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is not genocidal intent. That's not okay.
But he
Yeah,
literally
so
said,
how is that
oh,
not
wait,
G-side then?
Wait, Hamas has I'll say H group. H group has literally said that their goal is to at the minimum like cleanse all of the Jews from that region. At the maximum,
That's not true.
That is true.
That's not true. That's not true. You know why that's not true?
Why
No,
is
that's
that
not true. Because Palestinian Jews exist. You know that Judaism is indigenous to.
You
You don't think Palestinian Jews exist?
Yeah, but those Palestinian
What, the Samaritans? Is that, I know there's a thing where like these Hamas people call the Samaritans Palestinian Jews. But okay.
Jews.
Who are the Samaritans? Who are the Samaritans?
Hey! Oh, heads up. Samaritans do not like being called Palestinian Jews. Okay? Just so you know. We got him. Yeah. You go and ask them. Go find them. And ask them if they like being called Palestinian Jews. No, they're not. They're not. They don't see themselves as Palestinian Jews. Probably, I think Samaritans, are they not descended way farther back than it was ever called Palestine? That's probably why. Like, yeah, they've been there for a long time, long time. But hey, okay, yeah. It's also generally there are some who have Palestinian citizenship. I think that might be why. Like in the West Bank. But they're also Israeli citizens, so I don't. Yeah, they've been. Yeah, fuck, it's so dumb.
Samaritans are an off.
You know what Samaritan means? Samaria, right? Okay.
An offset of Judaism. They are also
Exactly. So
but there's
you
also-
know the
there's also
Palestinian
Jews. There are
Samaritans.
actual like Jewish Palestinians.
Who's this person? I want to talk to this person. This is the TikTok Hamas queen. Is that who this is? Let's go.
And like that were in that region, and they were literally kicked out of of Jerusalem during the
Not by
48 war.
Palestinians though.
By Palestinian
Not by
and
Palestinian.
Canadian forces. What are you talking about? During the Civil War.
What are you talking?
Targeting
Who?
Jewish-
When?
of Jewish population
When?
in the 48 war.
When?
In the 47
When?
and 48. In 47 and 48. You know that Jerusalem.
Oh, she's gonna say it was the Arab Legion, the Jordanians. She's on it. But it was also the ALA. I don't think it was just the Arab Legion fighting in Jerusalem.
Used to have before even the Zionist movement, Jerusalem had like a huge Jewish population.
47 was before the Zionist movement.
No, not 40. 47 is when they were cleansed.
You mean when the 750,000 Palestinians were cleansed?
Yeah, the Palestinians also
When the
also
Nakba
displaced.
started?
Yeah, the Palestinians were also displaced, but so was the Jewish population of Jerusalem. They were also
Because Jewish militia were going around cleansing
What do you think
Palestinians.
Israel would say?
When was Jerusalem under siege? When? I think the Jerusalem siege started before the first expulsion was in February. The Jerusalem siege start 1947. It was December 47. Battle for Jerusalem. You did better against her than you thought. Rip. Yeah. Actually, the whole reasoning that the Zionists gave for the first expulsion operations for Plan Dalet was to secure the Jerusalem road. Because these convoys were trying to get to Jerusalem to break the siege, and they were being attacked from the roads, like by Arab villages that were near the roads, because some foreign irregulars, like Iraqis and Syrians and people like that, as well as some locals, were attacking them and moving between the villages to attack them. So that's why they started securing those villages along the road. So if you look at the expulsions at the beginning of 48, it's most of them are kind of like along the position of the Tel Aviv-Jerusalem road. Operation Nashon, yeah. Whoops.
Because the Palestinians were cleansing the Jewish populations out of Jerusalem, and were also
We
were
were
also-
not.
they were
What are
fighting
you
a
talking
civil war.
about? David, calm down. You understand that prior to the partition plan, the
Yes.
old Yishuv lived
Yeah.
in Palestine.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the old Yishuv?
I know about the old Yishuv.
Have you heard of the
Cool.
old Yishuv?
They
were
lived in
also massacred.
Palestine.
They were also massacred during
What are
the.
you talking about?
I'm talking about
What are you
during the Civil War, before the 48 War, before the Independence War, when there was just
During the civil, okay, hold on. During
Wait,
the
you know that there was-
1947, during the 1940, I'm talking about the one after the partition plan. Yes, after the partition plan of November the 30th of 1947, when Palestinians were forced to partition their country when they didn't want to partition their country. You also realize the Palestinian Congress actively voted in 1947 that they wanted, and in 1920, in the 1920s and the 1940s, they voted for a joint country with Jewish political representation.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. What are you talking about? I know Pape wrote this, and his citation doesn't go anywhere. This is bullshit. The Arab Higher Committee voted for. The Arab Higher Committee wanted a Palestinian, an Arab state, an Arab-led state, okay, with an end to Jewish immigration. That's what they wanted. Even the Nashashibis, the more moderate ones, voted for that as well.
Because the only thing they didn't want is their country to be divided. Did you know that?
No, first of all, that is a.
Did you know
terrible
that,
summary.
David?
I'm aware. Are you talking about the Palestinian Congress, right?
Yeah, did you know that in the 1920s, specifically in 1927 or 1929, and also in the 1940s, they actively voted for a joint state with Jewish political representation?
You know that is like complete horse, whatever.
What is the Palestinian Congress? What the fuck is that? Is she talking about the Arab Higher Committee? Or is she talking about the the Palestine Arab Congress? Is that what she's talking about? Because they were when did they weren't around in the 48 war, were they? The Palestine Arab Congress. When did they hold their last meeting? I thought they were like a 20s thing. Hang on. Whoa. Palestine Arab Congress. Why have I looked at this? Okay. National Congress. Do you want me to set up a debate between you and her? Yeah, go for it. Banger. Let's go. She did say in the 40s, yeah. Rejected Zionism. Agreed to accept British assistance if it did not impinge on sovereignty. Okay. Oh, this was Faisal. Okay. They wanted to be part of the Syrian state. And then this would have changed in 1920. So in Damascus, what did they go for there? They held it in secret. Protest San Remo. Pape mentions them here. Haifa. Called for Palestine to be part of the independent Arab state proposed in McMahon Hussein. Unity with Syria were dropped because of the Faisal overthrow, I'd imagine. That didn't last very long. Yeah, they oppose. Okay, so even by Wikipedia, like, they opposed Jewish immigration by 1920, which is what I assumed. Yeah. So they want a joint state, but they also oppose Jewish immigration. Okay, interesting. RIP. I know there were advocates who believed in this idea of a joint state with Jewish representation. The whole thing was like, but for the leadership and the majority, no. Even the Nashashibis, who were the moderate ones, because there was Al Husseini, who was appointed by the British, and then there were the Nashashibis, who were the main opposition. The Nashashibis were more, like, they were definitely more non-violent, forbidding Jewish immigration, forbidding land sales, boycotting Jewish goods, 1922 in Nablus. Yeah, but the Nashashibis were the moderate ones. They were non-violent, as far as they opposed the Arab Revolt, but even they did not support Jewish, like, political representation or, like, Jewish immigration to Palestine. They still wanted just an Arab majority state. This is completely made up, yeah. There is a line in The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine where Pape talks about this in the 1920s, but And actually, even the Nashashibis, who I think they initially supported partition in 37. They initially supported that, but they were kind of like bullied against it, as far as I remember. Because al-Husseini was very much of an iron fist kind of ruler. He was a fister. The Palestinian Congress based. Let's just make shit up, shall we?
Because the
Can I
first-
get you the
leader of
exact vote?
the leader of the Palestinian movement was Haji al-Husseini, who was a devoted anti-Jewish person and a Nazi.
Who made him the leader?
The Brits.
I
Did the
understand
Palestinians vote for him?
he was a popular leader who invoked
Palestinians didn't really vote for anyone, though. Like the Nashashibis wouldn't have been voted for either. They'd have been appointed by the Arab Power Committee, or the whatever the fuck came before it, the Muslim Council.
Did they vote for him? Did they vote for him?
He was elected, but not to the Grand Mufti status.
Who made him? Who made him the leader?
The British, but that doesn't matter. He
The
was still,
British.
he was still
Wait.
the military leader. He was still the military leader, and he.
So why did the British plant him there?
He ended up not liking the
Plant
British.
him?
And
What do you
ended
mean plant him? His father was the Mufti of Jerusalem. What are you talking about? Planted. Okay. I think, yeah, there were 4 candidates and he came 4th for the Mufti of Jerusalem. But the other 3 were also against Jewish immigration and Jewish representation.
up trying to do like.
Wait, but why did
Did the British make him popular? Did the British give him the popularity to organize protests?
the British plant him there? You're saying that a man who wasn't voted in by the Palestinians, but
Yeah.
was voted in by the British,
But he
represented
incited-
all the Palestinians?
He was. Well, yes, he actually was. He was the one representing them. He was the one that was the military leader who was.
All right, I think my brain is not working.
Do you have
Uh-oh.
anything? Do you have anything that you want to like actually debate me yourself, or is it just going to be like a proxy war?
I've already debated you. I'm done talking to you.
You didn't really. You
A
didn't really get to
proxy
conclusion on
war.
anything.
Oh, David's
I'm
mad.
done talking to you. Is that fair?
I mean, it's your choice as your life. I still like listen. At the end of the day, I'm a liberal. If there was any chance that
No,
Trump
you're
would have won, I am. If there was any chance that Trump would have won the election in my state, I would never in a million years over him. Kamala Harris was the much better.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, like, I'm not gonna sit here and defend Haji Husseini. Like, he did some effed up shit, right? But if you're trying to say that a man who was put into power by the British, who was not voted in by Palestinians, represented Palestinians, that to me is insane. I don't know. Like, I don't know why you would think that he would represent
Absolutely destroyed, David. Holy shit.
Palestinians. And at the end of the day, like, I just want to say something. At the end of the day,
At the end of the day,
the ITF is actively upholding apartheid and
ITF.
colonialism and unaliving people in order to do that. So I don't know why anybody in their right mind would genuinely like support Israel in 2025 and think that they're on the right side of history.
Appreciate you.
Like, legitimately, like, yeah, I'm sorry.
One
Like,
HP voice.
I don't understand how you could say that after literally witnessing 15 months worth of G-side. I'm so sorry, Parker, but I don't
G-side.
understand how people have social media.
How do people do this? Why do people do this on fucking TikTok? It's so bad. Just leave the platform. Holy fuck.
And 15 months of active G-side where literally quadcopters, drones equipped with weaponry, are unaliving people, children. And you think that, like, that's okay. Nothing will ever justify G-side. Like, you don't hear me sitting here justifying the death of innocent civilians. Like, y'all are sick. But anyway, thank you. I appreciate you, Parker.
Whoa.
Appreciate you. All right. Daniel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yotub, how old are you?
So how do I get hold of that person? Who is she? What's her TikTok? Is she like a big deal? Is she a serious figure? G-side, the act of unaliving. Fuck me. Athena. Okay. Is this her? Well, recognize the voice quick enough. Is this her?
No, because tell me why I genuinely thought this was a joke.
That's not the same person.
Season 18's on the way and it starts with a
This is
crossbar.
absolutely not her. Are you kidding me? What? The voice is too low. Other people said they know her. Oh, well, listen, someone's going to be my PA, okay? My personal assistant's going to hook me up with this person. For a debate, not romantically. Can someone link her Discord account or her account in Discord? Okay. I wanted to hear her do the quote. I want to hear her say why she thinks the Palestinian Congress advocated for a equal say with Jewish representation. She will refuse for sure. Why? Mate, you think people like that are unbeatable, okay? Like, I could probably make her look stupid in your eyes, but in terms of like our broader audience, especially on TikTok, like she'll be fine. She can just say whatever she wants. She can be wrong about whatever she wants as well. Like as long as you virtue signal in the right way, and yeah, you're good. You're bouncing. Pisco debating Dr. Avi. Okay, okay. Where does he jump in? Is this just the whole stream, or they debate First Amendment? Oh no.
Sorry.
Her TikTok. Oh, she's like a different Athena. Okay. Give me the YouTube chat. Gimme. Is this her? I don't know. We'll find out. All right.
Salamu alaikum, everyone. How you doing? It's good to see you. Sorry I wasn't
does not
around
sound
the
like her.
last few days.
Her voice is way
my
too low.
account was
What are you talking about?
bananaed. So,
You think
in
this
a
is
rare
her?
W, I first
This is
got
not
my
her.
account back.
Okay.
Sorry. First of all, how you guys doing? Before I get started. Mark Carney is going to be the new Canadian PM. I saw that. I saw a pretty base speech of his where he's like, yeah, we're going to keep these tariffs on until the American...
Message random girl debate me. Yes. Shall I just do that? Just go around TikTok and...
treat us with respect. Couldn't agree more. I'm so tired of like countries...
Where does he come in? Don't tie all the fucking debate. Oh, this is just the stream. This is just the stream. Where's he come in? Where's he come in? Where's he come in? No one timestamped it. The fuck?
What's it called? Yourself for being admitted, even though you know are technically still in the country, but that's
Where's it?
Coordination.
Different forms of that.
Oh, here he is.
You are
rights for foreign organizations, and so I am happy to
so yeah, because they said foreign terrorist organizations,
right.
but the KKK wouldn't be a foreign
be
terrorist
more
organization.
yeah. So I'm okay having that line as being a kind of bright line.
This is going to be the most educated debate we're ever going to see. Oh god, this debate is going to have so much enormous levels of education. Oh yeah, over 20,000. What's the meme from? Over 20,000 educations. $20,000 autisms.
Line, and I'm okay even with somewhat. I mean, some aspects of the Holder decision trouble me a little bit, but I'm okay with there being like, okay, we.
Yes, Master. You need an analysis of this blood sample I'm sending you. Wait a minute.
Fucking.
I need a midichlorian count.
Cat, why did they do this? This is so dumb. This is the worst scene in any film ever. Why did you put it to a number? Like, why the fuck?
The reading's off the chart. Over 20,000.
Over 20,000 educations in this debate.
We've designated these organizations as so bad that any support to them, money's fungible. Any support for them is unacceptable. So you can't interface with them in any respect. And it's kind of what we do with Russian sanctions, right? We say you can't do business with the state of Russia or its oligarchs because of their invasion of Ukraine. And in principle, I don't have that much of a problem with that. But I think once the connection to that organization, the direct connection between the person, who's uttering that phrase or the slogan or whatever, that matters to me, because once that goes away, really, like, Trump ran on a lack of orthodoxy with a lot of foreign policy decisions and is currently operating outside of an orthodoxy that existed pre-Trump and with respect to his allies and the different alliances. And so yeah, I think that's just, it's making a rod for our own back in that everyone's going to think that, domestic people are in hock with some foreign organization, or that they know better over who's a terrorist and who's not a terrorist. And at that point, it just becomes, anyone can silence anyone based on a change in administration. And that I don't like.
So I think in this case, at least my understanding was
Give me. No.
What was said was that he
searchable text.
He led. What was the exact quote? Something that he was aligned. Activities aligned with. What was it? He led activities aligned to Hamas, is what they're saying. They arrested him for. Now I don't know what aligned. Well, they're going to have to really specify aligned? Like, does that mean he just cheerleaded for Hamas? Does that mean he just advocated for Hamas? Or does that mean that something which you could dial in material support to? And what I've been seeing is those official Hamas pamphlets. I don't know if you've seen those.
I haven't seen
They were
them.
pretty official.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, I can show you them. Because they're I can. This was.
But you know, like people
Is
share
this
like Russian documents, or let's say, you know, RT is a Russian affiliated entity. You know,
I'm probably going to be on Pisco's side in this based on first impressions, but we'll see. We'll see.
people will share RT news broadcasts or little clips from it. That's what RT wants to show to the world. Now, if RT's telling them to do it, right? That's one thing. But if
right. No, I understand that there's going to be issues of like how far one's interpretation of fungibility and providing material support to a terrorist organization goes. Just to show you the
this one's got it, isn't it?
official pamphlets I'm sending you in DMs that were distributed. So these are this event. Yeah, these are like they're not just like individually made pamphlets. Like these are actually the Hamas official media office pamphlets.
Yeah, I mean it's despicable. It's despicable to, but you know.
No, the point. I know you think. No, we both are going to agree there. But the question is, like, once it gets to the line of like, okay, well, this is not just you are distributing, or the event you're leading is distributing, which you presumably, or you could make the case, or presumably they're going to try to make the case that he was connected to this as the leader. It's not just that he's independently advocating, but now that they have like official Hamas pamphlets that they're distributing, they're going to okay, well, we'll go through several scenarios.
Yeah.
So scenario one is that there's an element.
Yeah, this was it was a Nashibi opposition. This is in reference to the 37 partition plan. They initially supported it, but then under fierce popular pressure they about-faced and condemned the report in strong language. They're talking about the Peel Commission. The Palestinians asserted that the scheme gave the Jews the best land in 7/8 of the Arab citrus groves. They also argued that once the Jewish state was flooded with immigrants, it would seek to expand at the Arab state's expense. Are you sure that person was actually a Hamas supporter, or were we just jumping the gun, by the way? I never actually heard any confirmation that she was a Hamas supporter. Whoops. Okay.
Of coordination between Hamas in some way, either through Qatar or through some other mediary to this group, and that's how they're distributing the official Hamas pamphlets. And I think in most cases there's going to be agreement that that's going to fall
under material support.
Underholder material support. Yeah.
This was also the thing as well, the Arab Power Committee that went against the white paper in 1939 because they wanted to immediately halt Jewish immigration. We're talking about like just on the same year as World War II, just on the eve of the outbreak of World War II. This is the Nashibis. They actually supported this one because it got rid of the Balfour Declaration, basically. But yeah, al-Husseini was not the only voice on the Arab Power Committee. It's not like the British appointed everyone there.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I would grant that. If they're in coordination with Hamas, I think America is well within its rights to make that a basis of deportability. And I don't think I'd have a problem with that on a First Amendment issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
We did that with kind of the Communist Party. But by the way, there was laws like that. They're disfavored, but still on the books in some of these adjustment of status papers or affirmative applications that you might give to immigration. You have to say whether or not you've been part of the Nazi Party or the Communist Party. That those are actually questions that they'll still ask you. And I've had clients before be like, "Why are you asking this?"
They ask you that, right?
What's that?
Did they ask you that when you apply for a visa? I think they ask you all sorts of questions.
Yeah, they ask you like, "Are you affiliated with the Nazi Party that existed and controlled the German government?" And they'll ask you whether or not you're affiliated with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So and just because coordination doesn't.
Oh, here's the bit about the Congress. Okay. Palestinian Congress post-war, the first which met in Jerusalem in January 1919, had voted for unity with Syria. We see Palestine as part of Arab Syria, it resolved, and it should not be separated from the independent Arab Syrian government. A so-called Second Congress never actually took place. The third meeting in Haifa in December 1920 called upon the British to establish a native government and representative assembly. It made no mention of southern Syria and dropped the demand for unity in Palestine and Syria. The Fourth Congress, meeting in Jerusalem, May 1921, spoke of the Arab people of Palestine with no mention of southern Syria. Those subsequent congresses generally paid lip service to the idea of Arab unity. By the end of 1920, the regional division between Syria and Palestine was complete. The idea of a unified Arab nation gave way to the new political divisions along Palestinian, Syrian, as well as Iraqi lines. Alongside Syrians, Iraqis, and Egyptians, a Palestinian people was emerging. This is from the birth of the Palestinian national identity, the modern one. That's really all he says about the Palestine Congress, is it? There's the Arab Congress, but I believe that's different. First Palestine National Congress, yeah, they wanted to join Syria. And then the second one, the Palestinian delegates called for a renewal of the struggle against Jewish immigration. Oh, this is 1920 in Jerusalem. Placards reading "Down with Zionism and Death to the Jews." Whoa. Third Palestinian Congress denounced the Balfour Declaration contrary to the laws of God and man. Whoa. The Arab delegation met with Churchill in 1921. Said the Jews have been amongst the most active advocates of destruction in many lands. It is well known that the disintegration of Russia was wholly or in great part brought about by the Jews, and a large proportion of the defeat of Germany and Austria must also be put at their door. Who is this guy? Kazim. Cringe. Oh, Musa Qasim Husseini. Was he on the committee, or was he at the... He was mayor of Jerusalem, dismissed by the British authorities, became head of the executive committee of the Palestine Arab Congress. Oh, he was the head until the 30s. Okay. Huh. That's interesting. Might take a note of that. Why not? Palestine Arab Congress. It's good to have these talking points. You never know. You always learn from watching debates, don't you? It's really the highest form of education, is watching these debates and trying to investigate claims. Al-Husseini, and he was the head of the Palestine Arab Congress from 1922 till 34. And is this definitely the same guy? It must be if it's the Congress and they're meeting with IQ over 20,000. Well, it will be once we're done with this debate. Yeah, the delegation headed by Kazim. Okay. Okay. Meeting with Churchill in 1921. The Jews have been amongst the most active advocates of destruction in many lands. It is well known that the disintegration of Russia was wholly or in great part brought about by the Jews, and a large proportion I didn't even read this bit. A large proportion of the defeat of Germany and Austria must also be put at their door. Ah, World War I. The Great Betrayal. Hmm. It's a page number here. I've just got the quote. I can control F the quote. Okay. And when did this Congress end? If he was the leader until 34, not 43. Dipshit. Stab in the back myth. Yeah. Palestine Arab Congress. Because it seems to have had their last... Ah! After the death of Musa Kazim on March 34, Christian Executive Vice President Yaqub Faraj became acting president. No agreement could be reached for a permanent successor, and no further congresses were held. Oh. So the Congress ended in 34. After he died. Ended after Kazim died. 34. No successor could be chosen. Eh. Good story, man. Faraj. True.
Doesn't have to mean like you're an agent, like you're an actual Hamas member. So like it could be like Hamas like contracted someone in Qatar.
I would agree with that.
These.
I think that it wouldn't require an agency relationship.
Right, right. So if that was going through an intermediary channel to these protesters or organizations,
well,
to
it would
get
have to be knowing though. So whoever's being
yeah, they would have to know that eventually. Like, okay, well, you know, I know this guy's not Hamas, but I kind of know who he's affiliated with. Yeah. I know who they're friends with. Sure, okay. That I don't think is much. I think where the and I don't think there's going to be much disagreement on if it's all the way on the other way. So, for example, if this is just something that was done out of independent advocacy, that without the knowledge of this providing material fungible support to the terrorist organization, then it wouldn't fall under Holder, because you have to, even if without coordination, the interesting part we can get to about without coordination, but with intent and with knowledge of fungible support, of material support to the organization, in virtue of the fungibility of currency.
Right, yeah. Although that connection to the terrorist activities isn't even as important under Holder. So as long as you know that it's a terrorist organization, I think, and I think that most people there, if you would understand, right? At least terrorism as the word is used.
It's a terrorist organization, and you know that your actions are providing a material support to the terrorist organization, and you are intending to do that anyway.
Yes, I agree that those. I see there are three different predicates. So one is the knowledge that it's a organization that's been labeled terrorist by the government, and the intent.
It's a designated terrorist organization. You have to know that.
The intent with respect or knowledge with respect to the material support, and then the coordination. So I see those as kind of three distinct elements. That are necessary.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Yes. So I agree that if the last two, if the last two are absent, I don't think there's going to be much disagreement that it would not fall under Holder. So if you have the knowledge of a designated terrorist organization, but you don't have the other two, so you don't have coordination, you don't have the intent to do those things, then it wouldn't fall under Holder. I think the interesting debate where I can see this going to a Supreme Court case is if you have the first two but not the last. So if you have the knowledge that it's a designated terrorist organization, and you have the intent, you don't have the coordination,
right?
But you do have the intent to provide material support to the terrorist organization, and you are providing material support to the organization, and you know you're providing material support to the terrorist organization, then that's an interesting case to go to the Supreme Court and say, okay, well, does this fall under?
This is interesting. Sorry, I'm just learning a lot about Zionism at the. She meant the Arab Higher Committee. I hope she didn't, because the Arab Higher Committee was headed by Al Husseini. obviously didn't want a mixed, like a shared state with equal representation for Jews. They wanted Jewish immigration to stop completely. And al-Husseini was also the fucking Hitler supporter, so she definitely did not mean the Arab Power Committee. No way. She'd massively shoot herself in the foot if she thought that, because this guy, apparently, Kazim al-Husseini, who was the head of the Congress, they did. When did they? Can you show me, please? Tell me when, or give me a reference. Or just tell me what to... 1921. This guy, Kazim al-Husseini, was paid to be more moderate. That's interesting. Kazim led Arab delegation, meets with Weizmann. Demanded the abandonment of the Balfour Declaration and an end to Jewish immigration. (1922). Who is Kalvarisky? He takes payments from the Zionist Central Office, okay, to preach moderation. But there was no consistent change in his tone. Didn't seem to have consistently changed tone. Although apparently he did try to quell violence at different points. PAE. Yeah, no one's disputing whether or not they wanted to revoke Balfour. The dispute is over whether or not they actually wanted to live in an equal state for two people. Well, like with Jewish representation. Called on the Arabs to avoid bloodshed. Is this Arab revolt? 30s. 29. Oh, the 29 riots. Equal Jewish representation doesn't mean shit if Jews are only like 10% of the population. That just means they're at the whims of the majority. And the majority seems to have been led at this point by some pretty anti-Semitic people. So fuck that. All right, let's see. When people talk about the binational state in the 20s, I think the British wanted to do something that gave the Jews like parity, which means that although they're a minority, they get like a veto, and they get like there were like two national assemblies, and one of them would have had more like 50-50 Jewish and Arab, and the other was proportional. So like that kind of thing, that they can halt extreme policies, you know? Kazim calls to avoid bloodshed amidst the 1929 riots. Okay. Right, that's him. Okay, good.
Holder. And would this be something?
Who gave that suggestion? The Brits in the 20s.
Like yeah, if you were actually
go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So, for example, if you are saying, okay, Hamas has to invest, and this is just my mere advocacy. I know that Hamas distributing these their official pamphlets cost them money. I want to alleviate. I'm going to alleviate whatever they can, and so they could use their money for other terrorist activities instead of doing this. So I'm going to do that for them. I'm going to help them out. So I'm going to be their distributor. I'm not going to do that with their explicit coordination. I'm not going to, I'm just going to do them a favor. I'm going to, I can, just like you can donate money, like you could, I don't have to coordinate. I could just send you an anonymous tip or whatever.
Yeah, I would think that my hope is that you would not be okay with that. Whether it's interesting or not, I think that we haven't squarely faced that, and I don't think Holder says like we're not reaching this kind of speech, independent advocacy. So what we're talking about is whether or not it would cover truly independent advocacy of covered institutions for covered purposes, right? The material support. So
wait. When we say independent so what I'm doing is I'm trying to
isolate the coordination.
Distinguish two forms of, like, I don't know how we're defining independent advocacy here, but I'm trying to distinguish different forms of that, which some may or may not.
When I'm saying independent advocacy.
Thank you, David. I love it when you give me History Speaks tweets. They're so useful and relevant. Real talk. If the problem of extremist Muslims is not addressed, we'll wake up one day and find that huge numbers of minorities in the Middle East and North Africa have become Zionists. Nobody, non-Israeli, Druze, Alawites, Christians, starts out wanting to be one. The natural sentiment is solidarity against a foreign colonizing entity that slaughters and displaces people who are, in many cases, practically our co-ethnics and share your culture and language. But if you're a religious minority, you're typically a Kurd, and you're not Palestinian, living under a colonizing, ethnically confused war criminal like Netanyahu is far preferable to Salafi lunatics who hate you personally. Is that the choice the Sunni world wants to present to religious minorities in the MENA region? Oh, God. I think this is because Netanyahu is claimed to have, like, some Sephardic ancestry from, like, way in the past. I don't even... Very unserious. Very unserious. I love that the fucking flag. Give people pictures because they're dumb, right? Just so we don't know. Deeply unserious person. Fuck me.
See, what I mean is that there's no coordination. So I would.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Yep.
So then what I'm doing, yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. Then I'm trying to disarticulate different forms of independent advocacy, and the question would be whether there is a subset of independent advocacy that would still fall under Holder.
Right.
He acts and speaks as if he's one of the low-class Mizrahi. Well, that's because they vote for him, right? People do say that he's like more of a kind of fucking coastal elite who likes classical music, but he tries to like play the role of the Mizrahi everyday man or whatever. Yeah. Which is just cynical electioneering, but I don't think that makes them ethnically confused. Okay.
They're maybe the most egregious forms of independent.
They'll talk about the Ashkenazi elites. Okay.
And advocacy may fall under, for example.
And they cannot be themselves other categories of unlawful speech. So, for example, incitement is its own category of unlawful speech.
Right.
You know, so
yeah, it's nonviolent. Nonviolent. Yeah, it's going to be a nonviolent. It's not going to be another category. Yes.
Yep.
But it's going to be like one of those egregious examples. Like you're really doing something that is benefiting. So, I mean, just as a hypothetical, like, let's just say that you're not in coordination with a terrorist organization, but your advocacy is not just mere like your intellectual ideas, but you are really providing them with a financial break, sort of say. Like, let's say I was really just running the terrorist organization's pamphlet distribution service, for example, and I was doing it without their coordination. I'm just doing this for them. Like, I'm just printing out a whole bunch of Hamas official pamphlets. And some of them may even have, like, recruitment.
I basically think that that's how 95% of the online right operates with respect to Russia. That's basically what I think they're doing. So I totally get the consternation.
Wait, just elaborate on that so everyone knows, like, why.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying I disagree. I'm not saying that,
right.
But I want to know what.
So even the Mueller report back in the day did not establish that there was a conspiracy between Trump and Russia. They didn't have facts to establish a conspiracy. But everyone who watches Trump or his surrogates kind of knows that they're taking the line from Moscow, or they at least hear the same exact thing, and it would be indistinguishable to what a true Russian agent might do with respect to media operations and like they're basically doing a lot of Putin's job.
All right, fuck this debate. Okay. Donos, oh my God, they're everywhere. IJI Productions, thanks for $5. Box, please bless me in my job search. Love your stream and rarely catch you live. Wow. Oh, you watch the VODs, I see. Thanks for the $5, I appreciate it, and good luck with your job search. I hope you get a good job. Get a job. Cheesier, thanks for the 7 Australian, $7.99. I've been researching Holocaust, and debates like these are genuinely infuriating. Unfortunately, the left abandons Jews again. It's just so sad. Oh no, oh no. Bucky, thanks for the $3. Really appreciate it. And Fast and Bulbous, thanks for $5. Just remembered a cringe moment in 4th grade where these two girls were saying I was cute, and I said I could speak German, and I just said gibberish. Okay, thanks for the tier 1 sub, Jacob Campbell, and thanks for the gifted sub, Cardinals. Really appreciate it. Wow. Very generous, you guys, okay? Not generous enough, I will say, but there's a goal. There's a goal that must be met. But it's very generous. Wow, thank you. Okay. Fuck that. All right. Why is Ozzy Osbourne talking about anything? Is he even capable of speaking? It's Ozzy Osbourne. Oh, he's on fucking, oh no. It's this guy. It's the guy who thinks you can grow concrete.
Again, the BBC under fire over the past week. This Gaza documentary, which is an absolute and utter crock of nonsense. They paid 400,000 quid. Some of it made its way to Hamas, it would appear. An open letter has now been sent by over 200 entertainment industry figures, including Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne, saying basically, what is the BBC going to do about this? They need a full investigation about this anti-Israel bias that continually raises its ugly head. David, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike.
Thank you so much for joining us. I don't know whether you knew about this.
This is not Ozzy Osbourne. This is not Ozzy Osbourne. This is not Ozzy Osbourne. You cannot convince me.
This open letter, whether or not you've been able to attach yourselves to it, but it does seem, doesn't it, that it's now incontrovertible that the BBC is damaged below the waterline when it comes to anti-Semitism.
Wow.
It certainly does, Mike, and it is certainly something when Ozzy Osbourne is where you turn to for moral guidance. But it is moral guidance he's providing, because the very basic question is how it is possible that the taxpayers' money, British taxpayers' money, found its way to pay for Hamas themselves. And also, why on earth does the BBC still refuse to call Hamas a terrorist organization, even though the UK government and much of the world do? Now, when you interview someone...
That's a shit argument. Like, the argument you'd make for the BBC is that they've used the word terrorist for other organizations. Right? Some countries like the America and the UK believe Taliban allowed terrorists. That's kind of like characterizing someone else. But the Taliban have faced continual attacks from a terrorist insurgency since they've returned to power. So an insurgency that's fine with the Taliban. You can call them terrorists. That's okay. It's just silly. Very silly. Okay. Whatever. Weird. Are you going to go to the end where Avi explains why he voted for Trump? Avi voted for Trump because Trump is not going to put Israel on a leash. That's his main concern, right? I don't think he gives a shit about anything else. Is that not why? Is that not why he voted for Trump? Did I miss something? Or is it not really obvious? I don't need to bother. I think it's case closed on that one, you guys. They refer to the IRA as terrorists. Wow. Crazy. It's almost as if. All right. Ugh. Pisco runs him around a little bit. Okay. Okay.
Facts to establish a conspiracy.
Let's see. Oh no, too many mentions of Trump.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. So I agree. That's a really good point. That's one of the reasons why I want to support Ukraine. I think you want to support Ukraine. I think you don't like what happens with Zelensky.
No, I don't.
Yeah. So I hear you there. Who do you think is a bigger threat, though? ISIS and radical Islamic terrorism, or the Russian Federation and China?
ISIS and radical Islamic terrorism long term. I think that generally speaking, state actors can be very evil, but in terms of ending civilization, I think they can be much more reasoned with. If you were to ask me in terms of as technology increases, as all of these entities have easier access to civilization-ending weapons, it more becomes a question of which one is crazy enough to use them. And I think as evil as some of these, they're all evil, but I think generally state actors are more reasonable or amenable to some sort of reason than non-state actor terrorist groups.
The fear is that nuclear weapons will become miniaturized and easy to produce?
Oh, yes. As technology increases, I think eventually terrorists are going to have a more easy way of accessing civilization-ending weapons and deploying them to hit their targets. At least in the long run, as technology improves.
What about now, though? What about now? Can you just ask about now, not in a hypothetical world where like Iranian proxies have tiny nukes, micro nukes?
This is why I think terrorism is going to be, as technology increases, time it goes, it's going to be a larger and larger existential threat, and I think we've drastically underestimated it. And the way that
it's a cop out though long term, because we don't know. Like we don't know what. First of all, we don't know if these weapons are going to get acquired by these groups anytime, even in the next few decades. Also, the second thing is we don't know how Trump's actions are going to affect the rise of terrorism in Africa and the Middle East. Like,
are setting up our standards for interfacing with them via humanitarian cuckoldry.
I love that. Only fact X. Israel has admitted to supporting Al Qaeda in Syria. This guy is such a fucking moron. This only fact dipshit. Do you know what the admitting that they're talking about here is that there were some of those. There were like 5,000 people who were given medical treatment in 2014 at the southern border because they went there because they were fighting with Assad. They came to the Israeli border, the Golan border with Syria, and they got given medical treatment. And some of those people might have been militants. I think a few thousand of them were also children, a lot of women, but some of them were also fighters. And an unspecified number of those fighters were al-Nusra, I think. And Israel, I think, admitted to giving a few of them some light weapons. We don't even know if the ones that they got who got weapons were al-Nusra. And that's it. That's the extent of Israel supporting Al Qaeda in Syria. Although the chances are they were probably arming, if there were militants in the south at that point in 2014, it's more likely that they were either just FSA or Druze that would have been getting treated by Israelis, and an unspecified number of them getting arms. That's the extent of it.
And peacenik fairy tales is incentivizing them to their proliferation, is rewarding that scourge. Whereas we really should be having a standard to just ultimately completely stomp it out anytime it rears its head, and to set standards that that sort of behavior will never benefit, even if it comes at a great cost. I think ultimately, as technology increases, like that is the sort of deciding factor, that bottleneck is going to be like, who's crazy enough to use it. And I think generally non-state actor terrorist groups are the real candidate there. I don't think Russia is, I think they're crazy, but I don't think they ultimately really want a nuclear war. But I could totally see certain crazy Islamic terrorist groups being like, oh, actually, it wouldn't be that bad if we had a nuclear war. Like, like if ISIS were again, like, would I be surprised if ISIS turned out they really did want a nuclear war? No, I really wouldn't. Like, I could see that feeding into their ideology.
Okay. Well, let's put a pin in it. I know this is a really fascinating conversation, and I'm glad I had it. I kind of already suspected you were voting for Trump, so it doesn't really change that much about my thought of you. But I do want to.
Still love you, please.
Yeah. I guess you're proof that
I think the only steelman of that argument is that they're more dangerous, like ideologically, like they've got more of a will to destroy the world. But that's not even. But they're not gonna. unless there's any evidence that groups like ISIS and I don't even know who else, like Taliban or whatever, are going to get access to world-ending fucking weapons, then yeah, even Iran, even with Iran's situation, we know that if they actually start trying to develop to nuclear capacity, we would get warning of that way ahead of time based on the information that we have over there. Like, there'd be a window of like at least a few months before they're ready to actually make a weapon that we would know about, but I don't know. Unless there's any evidence that it's going to become easier for smaller groups like this to get a hold of nukes. Yeah.
And I can still like Trump supporters. Love right now, I can't say love because you made me so mad.
Am I the only one you still like?
No, there's other people I like, but yeah, no, I appreciate the conversation a lot, and yeah, let's meet some time and let's talk about Trump some more. And I'm really curious on your terrorism take, and I'll come more prepared to discuss that.
Whoa.
Yes. Yeah, we can get into the empirics too, like as like terrorist attacks over time, or different terrorist regions with different policies, and how they're like different exponential patterns of terrorist deaths over time, depending on what type of policy in which location we've used, like using the full SAM approach versus.
He talks like state actors don't use non-state actors as proxies. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't believe state actors who use non-state actors as proxies are giving nuclear weapons to their non-state proxies. Is that what we're going to see? Are we going to see an Iranian nuclear shipment to the fucking Houthis? What? Shut up. Get out of my life. Fucking Wagner group running around Prigozhin just manhandling a nuclear warhead. He would ride it. He would ride it down onto Madison Square Garden. Shoigu! This is the last thing the Americans hear. Oh. Yeah, Doctor Strangelove style. Bioweapons are a long-term concern. Yeah, but we're talking about now, bro. What the fuck? Why wouldn't you just talk about now? When are you joining Lib and Learn podcast? I don't know. If I get asked to, I might make an appearance. I'm not going to invite myself like some chump. Fuck that. Besides, collaborations are not really my strong point. The only collaborative content I like making is debating, fighting, being scrappy. Whoa! I need to get a hold of the notes for today. Wait, where are they? Whoa! Okay. Do I want to do slop or serious? Let's do slop. Let's do this. It's not even slop anymore. It's fucking mental. So, what?
Just to repeat something.
I believe it's the case right now that collaborate with Dean Withers. True. So we saw this unfolding just as we finished stream, didn't we? Last week, we saw that someone called Child Protective Services on Ethan and Ela because of some allegations about their kids. And I believe what's happened is people have mixed up two quotes or clips, very standard behavior. One of which is them talking about the dog shitting in the garden or some shit. And the other is about a kid getting diarrhea or something and thinking it might be related to something the dog had, but it looks like no one, and someone apparently might have had a parasite that infects your intestine that you can get from dog shit, but apparently none of the kids actually had the parasite. I think it was the dog that had it. Is that where we are now? Is that what happened? Giordia, yeah, that one. The Giordian knot.
Keep it real at all times. Right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, baby.
Whoa, who's this guy?
Your posture.
What am I watching? All right, here.
Or your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting giardia.
Yeah, I never said the dog shit in my house. I never said the kids are eating shit. I said in the clip, which I can show you guys, but I said Sonny crawls around. He's an infant. He puts everything in his mouth. That's literally what all infants do. And I speculated if it could be related, his diarrhea. It turns out, by the way, that nobody had giardia except Olive, which I have clarified on the show several times.
Olive? What, my old editor? Who's Olive? Is Olive one of the dogs? If the way he's saying that makes it sound like it wasn't one of the kids. Do we have anyone from the family? They're a dog. Okay. So the dog had giardia. Okay. Small intestine parasite. Causes diarrhea, stomach cramps, nausea, dehydration, bloating, weight loss. Ouch. Okay. Usually goes away in about a week. Okay. Not good. And what do they say about causes? How it is spread? Contact with infected people or animals, or from swallowing contaminated water, food, or drinks. Drinking water that's contaminated by the poo of infected people. Whoa. Eating food that's been washed. This is disgusting. Food that's been washed in contaminated water or handled by someone with giardiasis. Water getting in your mouth while swimming in places like lakes, rivers, or swimming pools. Having sex with someone infected. Touching surfaces that have been touched by an infected person. Oh, so even touching. So if a dog gets it and just like licks something and you touch it, that might be, even from contact with your skin, that might get you? Okay. Wow. And someone turned this into, so the kid didn't even have it, and someone turned this into potentially them eating shit that was left by a dog. Oh God, people are so mental. It's so disgusting, man. CPS. Having to interview the kids and ask them questions like, what does your parent do when they get angry and shit? What the fuck, man? Some weirdo, some stranger coming in. And this, not to mention, I'm guessing, if it's like any other country in the world, CPS is going to be poorly funded. There might be other people who actually needed that visit. What the hell, man?
Is this defamation? I mean, it's resulted in...
So who started this? Who started this story? I know who spread it. We'll talk about them, but who started this?
It's stuff like this results in the CPS coming to my house. That seems pretty severe.
Mm-hmm.
Just to repeat something that...
No, the dog didn't start it, you fucking idiot. What? SS. I just haven't called SS. Was it Snark?
Maliciously. But I'm more pissed that she said I'm a bad person because I have bad posture.
I mean, a podcaster, influencer, somebody.
I'm asking where it started, and you guys are telling me multiple people. I want to know who started it.
Did that's on the computer all day with a bad posture. I've never heard of that. Like, seriously?
Bad posture, bad people, man.
Also, I find it...
She wants to do eugenics against people with scoliosis, I understand.
This Ozempic talking point is insane. Like, all of these activists call, like...
Okay, whatever. So that's the story. And obviously we have some comments on it.
Their house, and then I'm host this and see what she says, and then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
But they called it before I even did this stream.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. This is not a good sign.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something.
So what's chat saying? Call CPS, child endangerment, CPS, social services. Call CPS, child endangerment. They need to be taken away. Worst father ever. So Ethan isn't only sexualizing underage girls, he's also neglecting children. Interesting. Take care of his kids. Giardia means you're leaving your dog shit on the floor for a while and your kids are walking on it and probably eating it. This is a science person, science man. Can be deadly to children. Giardia babies in a mansion. Holy shit, Marx would love this. This isn't really the kind of thing Marx would love. This is more the kind of thing that these psycho cartoonists from the French Revolution would like. Because it's bullshit, right? Because it's like a fake story. It's like it's defamation. It's comically shit. Like it's a comically insane story.
But they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and
I don't understand why Denims is doing this. Denims knows Banapanada is insane. She knows he's full of shit, right? Like, she knows that. I know she knows that. Why is she doing that? Oh. Just because she's mad at Ethan, I guess. Because they fight a lot.
Every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
We already have Mold Mondays. Now we have Shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very...
Someone take the kids, please. Bro. You're... Fuck. You're like... Bro, you're hurt. You're hurting small children. What the fuck? You're asking small children to be hurt. For no fucking reason. What the fuck? Is this collateral damage? Is that how they're gonna... Okay.
Very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be a-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
No wonder his house is covered in dog shit, and his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that he said, everything that I said in this story, which by the way was apparently compiled by his crew,
No wonder this motherfucker is always
He's a Zionist, he doesn't give a fuck about children. KW. Okay.
Sick, yeah. Yeah, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about...
They're bringing their children to near a concentration camp, so I don't think safety is a concern. Oh my god.
Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How is this happening?
How is it happening? You mean you mean the habitual liar who lies all the time is lying about things? Again, just so you guys know, everyone who's part of this circle knows Banapanada's a liar. They all know. Denims knows. I know Denims knows. She knows that I know that she knows. Hassan knows. Hassan knows that I know that he knows. Because back in the day, when Hassan used to be a little bit nice to me, he rejected claims from his chat that came from him. He was like, what? Like a bunch of people in chat saying that Lorna Box was a fucking phalangist and shit. And Hassan would be like, no. And he knows this. We DM'd about this. We spoke about this. Like, Hassan knows. He knows this guy is a liar. Like, the whole group knows this. Like, everyone knows this guy's a liar. They just don't care. Just like, as long as, I guess if he's on your side, it's whatever, right? leak the DMs. I don't think I'm gonna leak DMs. If he denies what I just said, I'll leak DMs. But otherwise, leaking DMs is faux pas, okay? I mean, I can probably quite easily find the stream of Hassan like knowing what's happening and rejecting it. Hang on. Was it? It's from 2023. Something about playing telephone. Is it here? Early 2024. Whoa. New tab. Where the fuck? Oh god, damn this telephone or people lying or whatever. And you would that's me talking about it. That's not me actually showing it. Oh god. I'll find it. It'll be somewhere on here.
He just leaves the shit on the floor.
Okay, I'm not watching that again. Gorgeous George, thank you. Here? Oh, is it this, maybe? Was it just like, no, did this? Dismiss it. But as soon as, no, fuck me. Playing telephone in here with, whatever, I'm not gonna find it. It's from 2023, but I don't know how to use Filmot more efficiently. I need to get used to that. What if you put in quote marks? I don't like playing telephone. Anyway. Was this it? This is 2023. Oh, is it here? Here we go. Got him.
I don't.
Yeah. Well, old loaner box. But I need to do more reading. That's for sure. What is this? Wow. Oh yeah, this is it.
Some Phoenician Christian and Lebanese people hate Palestinians with a passion. I mean, yes, but also he's defended the phalangists in Lebanon. No shot. No. Okay, I think we're playing telephone. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yes.
I'm done listening to people in the chat. But that would be insane. I doubt it.
Hey, look at that. See, like they know this because that's where that claim only comes from Bada Panada and his fans. Like he knows this guy is a fucking insane lying cunt. It's just that if he's doing it on their behalf, it's okay, right? Proof that this VOD was unlisted. Oh no, where'd it go? Some of the messages. Okay, this was all shown in the clip. What a mess. So is that but you're saying this claim originated on Snark? I haven't seen any original Snark post that talks about this. But it looks like the main spreaders are what, Bada Panada and Denims. Although Denims is saying she's is trying to delete that evidence. Okay.
Those people should have CPS called on them 1000%. These people, like, I think that there's some level of negligence happening here, and I think it's irresponsible. I don't think CPS should be called on them. I've never said that they should be called on them, and I've never approved of it, ever. I think it's embarrassing for Hila here to be like, this is so traumatic for the kids. You're trying to traumatize the children. It's like, dog, you literally, the vast majority of people are, like, are not remembering anything that happened to them at 3.
Wait, what?
It's just sympathy.
What?
Or not remembering anything that happened to them at 3.
Wait, sorry.
This is so traumatic for the kids. You're trying to traumatize the children. It's like, dog, you literally, the vast majority of people are, like, are not remembering anything that happened to them at 3.
Can you not? So you can't traumatize a kid if they're not going to remember what happened to them? Holy shit. Oh no. I hate. What? Oh god. Wait, what the fuck? Listen, I hope there's no nonsense listening to this, okay? Don't listen to this advice. This is bad advice, okay? This is bad advice. This is very bad advice. Don't follow it, please.
It's just sympathy, right? It's just, she's just pulling like the IDF classic card of like, please, my life is so difficult. Please, everyone that is against us needs fucking awful experiences because we're the ones dealing with the real awful experiences. Hila did worse to
the IDF card. Oh god, what the fuck am I watching? I tend not to watch denim stuff on stream all that much, but maybe I should. Some fucking top memes in here. What the fuck?
Palestinian kids in the IDF. I mean, I'm sure she's thought about doing terrible things to people when she was in the IDF. I can't comment on what she has or hasn't done. She seemed really excited to go on that raid and be closer to the action.
Wasn't this the action where she said she was in an armored car and there were people like shooting at them and shit? Like what? This is the problem though. It's like when people think that every IDF raid into the West Bank is just like they just find a random family and go and terrorize them and kill them like for no reason. I don't think they actually believe that they go there to get people who are either like planning suicide attacks or trying to arm up or like militant groups or anything like that. I just don't think they see that as a concept.
If you want.
Those people should have CPS called on them 1000%.
They do not care. Yeah. What is this? Copy. Really wouldn't want to be justifying intense violence on children as a gotcha to the clients. I mean, with what's happening in Gaza. What do you mean? I don't think Ethan supported anything about what was happening in Gaza, did he? Oh, okay. Reminder that Ethan and Hila were pretty much in the IDF genocide of Palestinian children under a practically fascist Zionist government. The way that I swear the way these sentences are worded half the time, I feel like these guys are just like 12 years old. Even me, like if you want to be like me and be the fucking bullet biter, okay, like I'll eat the bullets because I think that Israel had a right to fight against Hamas. Even if you want to say like they had a right to fight Hamas, and you know that if Israel's going to fight Hamas, like some innocent people are going to die. Like actually quite a lot of innocent people are going to die. And that's just like something that you have to accept as a reality of like trying to go to war against Hamas. You cannot dismantle Hamas militarily, given how Hamas fights, without killing innocents. Some of them are going to be children. You can do all that bullet biting and shit like that, but that's not like you're targeting the children. That's not like you're trying to hurt the children. That's just like, that's completely different. That's a very different moral standard, like seeing someone as collateral damage versus like actually an action that aims to hit them. And calling CPS like on a child or like any of this other shit is like, oh god, yeah, morally it's just not really Doesn't really sit. This whole drama with all these communities is just getting so... It's so toxic. Like, the escalation levels are fucking mental. Like, why do people do this? It's so extreme. Oh no, something went wrong. Oh no, not a missing yeet tweet. No way. How is this helping Palestinians? Well, that's the thing with a lot of online drama. It's like it started over political disagreements and then it became this, didn't it? What the fuck? Okay, I'll leave that bit. What? What's happened to the yeet tweets? Is Loner's alt. Wait, is my internet just being a dick? All right, hang on. You think this might drive Ethan online permanently? Well, Ethan's the kind of person who actually has resources and can go after these people, like, legally, which I think is what he's doing. Twitter is down. Incredible. Oh, yeah, because Elon is rewriting the stack. I got you. He rewrote the stack. This is stupid. Every IDF raid, or is every IDF raid unjustified? Yeah, according to these people, yeah. Yeah, of course. That's where they are. Why is Elon ramming his massive fucking head against the stack? Why is he doing that? At this time? Okay. There's other things, I guess. There's other stuff to look at. You can't sue someone for calling CPS on you. No, but you can sue people for defaming you. And in the case of people who might avoid lawsuits in terms of that, like in terms of TOS, like you can probably do something. People can even sue YouTube for allowing someone to stay on the platform for despite TOS violations. It doesn't matter which platform it's on because YouTube TOS is against cross-platform behavior as well. Which actually means that if you harass people endlessly on Twitter, for example, if you do it enough, YouTube can have a go at you for it. No, Twitch does not care. No. Pediatric nurse shares her thoughts. Interesting. Oh, not a TikToker. Not a TikToker. No. Okay.
I'm an actual mandated reporter. Now, when I found out, I'm disgusted, by the way. When I found out that people who just don't like Ethan Klein called Child Protective Services to report him, I found that we've reached a new level of disgusting internet behavior. And I would like to particularly comment on this post that Ethan posted on his IG story. You can pause to read it if you want. They're saying that they're a mandated reporter, and maybe they are. I can tell they're not an actual healthcare provider. Maybe they're a teacher. I don't know what they are, but I'm an actual pediatric nurse.
Actual, yes. You know what I appreciate about this person so far? She's not bobbing her head all the way with her. She's actually stood in front of the camera and stayed still. Not when people are clearly on their phones, just like waving it around, and I have to watch their face bop in and out. Also, people who knowingly make a false report to Child Protective Service would be in trouble potentially. Yeah.
Almost 10 years. Every single pediatric healthcare personnel can understand the difference between abuse, which is what they're talking about. CPS is abuse, and understanding that kids who crawl around pick up a lot of shit. Kids who crawl on their hands and feet, and there's dogs in the house, get sick sometimes. When I tell you these kids come into the emergency room with bacteria you've never even heard of, And guess what we all understand? Children walk on the ground, put their hands on the ground, put their hands on toilet seats, put their hands on side rails, and then stick it in their mouth because they're 2 years old. Never would me or any of my friends hear this story about Ethan and think that that was abuse and report this as a mandated reporter. Do you understand kids come into the hospital because their parents said they reported them eating a bar of Dove deodorant? And you still don't report that shit because you understand that 2-year-olds get into shit, lick the floor, lick the walls. I walked into a room once and a child was face down on the ground sucking the floor with their mouth all the way open. They were face down.
Why would you have kids, man? Fucking hell. Like every now and then I'm like, yeah, probably sounds like a good idea, you know, one day. But then I'm like, God, am I gonna have to, because you'd have to watch those little fuckers all the time. You'd have to be just sitting there on a chair, staring at them. Making sure they don't put shit in their mouths. Making sure they don't lick the floor. Fuck, like, God. I'm gonna dive across the room and yoink them. Ooh.
Down sucking the floor. Because they're 2 years old and they don't know what the hell they're doing. Child Protective Services is historically overworked, underfunded, spread too thin, overwhelmed, and what you want to do is take a story that he told himself, mind you, spoke about how they're all being seen by doctors, right? And report them to a service that already has their plate too full. For you to take resources from kids when there's already so little resources available, you totally lost the plot.
Uh-oh.
You need to seek help. You have to seek help, I'm begging you. You lost the plot. How dare you? If you are not an actual pediatric healthcare provider, how dare you come onto my page and say you just have to feel if the vibe is off or not? I see kids who go through things you couldn't even dream up in a nightmare. I see real, true, evil, vile, horrific.
Stop doing it then. I'm joking. Sorry.
Shit. If I heard the story that Ethan told, I would go, yep, checks out, that's a 2-year-old. No part of his story, 0% of his story, nothing would a normal average healthcare worker clock as abuse. No one. So when you say you just need a feeling and then CPS or the cops will take it from there. Absolutely. If the feeling is based in reality.
Average chatter comment, just fucking throwing your opinion in there like it's nothing. No big deal. Like it's a total fact. Average YouTube commenter telling you what's what.
You internet snarkers have your minds so fucking twisted up, you can't see how disgusting and how gross and how much of a misuse of the system this is. You can't see it. You absolutely do not need proof. It is your due diligence that if you feel a child is in danger, if a child is unsafe, to report it. Getting a dog as a rescue and the dog having a GI bug that then gets the house sick is not that.
LeMayo, thanks for the 100 North Korean. We'll call them that. There we go. Knock for North Koreans. I don't like Hassan. He's letting his collaborator and community act completely unhinged, attacking anyone who disagrees. We need you back to set a good example. The infighting is out of control. Yeah, because I'll do that. Don't worry. I'll set everyone straight. Knock everyone's heads together. I don't know. I don't consider this infighting, by the way. This is authoritarians and liars and French Revolution cartoonists, basically, fighting against normal people. That's what this is.
It's not.
I know it's Norwegian, you asshole. Thank you.
No matter what you say, no matter what the unhinged internet says, If you're actually talking to a real life peds nurse, a city peds nurse, a true blue healthcare provider, they would laugh at the absolute absurdity of these claims. And then their stomachs would turn to know that you are trying to group Ethan in a group of people that actually deserve to rot in hell. Parents that abuse their kids actually should rot. And then when you compare what we actually see to the story he told, it's disgusting. That's it. It's disgusting that the internet would take it and report it and try to destroy this man's life when you can tell he's a good dad. I'm sorry, you can. I don't care if you're a fan of his or not. The real life reality is he loves his kids and he doesn't abuse them. That's that. Period. That's the end of the story.
Whoa. So why did we have to listen to this clear dual citizen IDF pediatric nurse? I'm joking. Okay.
Brave. Was like, so I'm gonna visit your kids at school and ask them questions, and I says, "You're not fucking doing that."
No,
I mean, we both were like, "That's not happening. You're not going."
Terrifying.
You are not doing that. So he agreed to come visit our
Come
house
back next week
when the kids are at home because he needs to fucking interview our kids as a matter of procedure.
But I was like, I really don't want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit.
Didn't I watch this already?
So I told.
Is there more context? 205.
Create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old.
It's not rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old. I can remember being 4. 3? No, maybe not 3. I can remember being 4, though. Because I lived in Scotland until I was... My 5th birthday was on the way to Dubai. I turned 5 on the way to... No, Abu Dhabi. But I remember things from Scotland before I was 5, so I must have been younger than 5. Yeah, I think I was 4. I remember quite a few things, actually. I remember my neighbor's dog. I remember my first crush. I was 4. She turned out to be a lesbian. Oh no. There's like a little photograph of me, like, she was like a couple of years older than me. There's like a little photo of me, like, looking up at her when the camera was pointed at us. I remember falling off my bike. I remember the first time I rode a bike without stabilizers, without the 2 wheels on the side. I remember my granddad taking me for fucking walks. And him picking my sister up so she could shit in the woods. Yeah, I remember quite a few things from when I was 4. Maybe 3. Yeah, the training wheels, yeah. Yeah, I remember a few things. Yeah, quite a few. Yeah, okay.
Yes, you are. No, you're not. When we're talking about being able to remember, being able to recall memories, it's like 4 is the cutoff. But even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories. Yes, you will remember. So everyone in chat here.
What? Would you say that Palestinian children wouldn't be able to recall the bombings? No, she probably wouldn't. But we're talking about half, quarter, 1/5 we're talking about some level of Israeli kids here, so we don't really give a fuck, right? What the fuck? What does that mean? Like when you turn 15, you don't what? Okay.
15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories.
The Purge.
Yes, you will remember. So everyone in chat here has a collection, like 50 plus memories of when they were 3 years old.
Not 50. 1 or 2 is probably not enough, though. It's probably, like, for memories from when I was less than 5, I probably have, like, between 10 and 20. Probably closer to 10. Okay.
I only have a few memories from when I was 2, 3, and 4.
50 plus goalpost officially moved. Yeah, well.
Smell like.
Talking to a random stranger once isn't really memorable for a kid.
Let's be honest, like I am 33, so I've probably dumped like 25 memories from when I was 4 years old last year. And I'm set to dump my memories of being 5 years old next year. Nothing worse than that, eh? Nothing worse than hitting the memory dump age. The memory dump milestones 15, 21, 24, 24 and a half. I don't know why there's 2 dumps in 1 year. It's just, I didn't make the science.
No, I don't want AI
I hate
overview.
it when that happens.
There's a wide variation about the mean across methods, cohorts. The average age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old.
Uh-oh.
You're not really forming memories at 3.
Okay.
And it's pretty rare to be forming memories or like memories that you will keep like at 5. Like I can remember maybe, I don't know, 5 things.
Okay, so the correct answer to this is just because the reason you are not allowed to do whatever the fuck you want to a 3-year-old, right? Even if they're not going to remember it, okay? This is why it's not okay to sexually abuse 2-year-olds, for example. It's because just because they can't remember what's happened, okay, doesn't mean that they're not going to have physical responses like production of fucking cortisol or anything else. And it turns out that even when kids are sexually abused and they don't remember it because they were too young, they still express symptoms later in their life. Their heart rates are faster. So, okay. Yeah. And having a CPS agent coming in to interview you about what your parents are like and whether or not you're safe, the confusion that's caused by that, okay, and the stress that's caused by that, even as a kid, might actually like, yeah, that's still, you can probably count that as like a bad memory. Yeah, that's probably okay. Especially if your parent has to explain it to you as well. Yeah.
Things that happened to me, maybe.
Okay.
For Elahi.
What an
They
interesting
had your picture on the wall.
This drama is really, it's escalating pretty bad now, isn't it? Anthony Sargon, one more again. Oh, this is the same one, isn't it? Trying to get their kids taken away is a whole other story. I do not fuck with that one bit. Oh, Millhouse. Millhouse W in the chat. He's kind of a dumb fuck. But there's a human being in there, isn't there? Pursuing criminal charges about fraudulent CPS call. Apparently the person pretended to have been in the house. They said that they'd been to the house or worked in the house. Tips are anonymous unless they break the law. Permits to protest outside Reddit HQ. So he is blaming it. He's saying it came from Snark. Okay. Okay. Where are all of H3's friends? Why is it radio silence? I don't know whose friends are. I don't know who the friends are of that podcast. The thing is, even if you're not a friend, like if I saw this happening to fucking Hassan or someone like that, I would even have a thing to say about it. You guys remember when we gave this guy money because he was getting sued for making fun of a guy's movie and we all collectively understood the movie guy was being a total asshole about it? Now Ethan wants to sue everyone that disagrees with him. I suppose that's all they're doing, right? They're, his friends overlap with Hassan and Denims. Well, like, I know AB still has friends in that space, doesn't he? Because he's a bit like, he's a lot more on the pro-Palestine activist wing than Ethan is. iDubbbz and any, I don't know who either of those people are. I know the name iDubbbz. I know that they exist as a concept. I don't know anything about them though. I guess that's all. They just have an academic disagreement about whether or not Ethan is equipped to be taking care of his kids. We have a disagreement about whether or not you should have your fucking children taken away from you. A lot of people are telling me he wants to sue people calling CPS on him. I mean, that's just a minor inconvenience if you're a good parent. Oh my God. Mate, I don't even have kids, okay? I don't even have kids, and I know this is mental. What are you talking about? Look at H3 show 111. Oh, from Teuton at the 18th minute. They're getting sloshed for St. Paddy's Day. This one? Is this the clip where they talk about the thing?
Ability. So you use the sugar daddy websites as dating sites.
Yes, so we did a whole episode on
And then
this.
you complain about
Not this one? What am I looking at?
women being shallow.
I never complained about women being shallow.
You say it's hard to find a good one. But they're such little fucking cowards. Like you won't admit that you find women shallow or material.
The title is 111. What? Oh, it's called I Can't Handle It Anymore. Oh.
Saying he has JD.
Oh, I watched this one. Ethan's health issues.
No, it's only like strictly a ceremonial title.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I apologize for interrupting with the caca breath comment. What's the next step with?
Okay, so now because I have caca breath, and they don't think it's like a big contributor to my issues, but it could explain some of the ongoing stomach issues I've had with like the these like infrequent, like semi-annual sulfuric
gentle on your stomach
digestion I've talked about.
Yeah.
So I have to take 2 antibiotics, once 3 times a day, the other 2 times a day for fucking 2 weeks straight.
What?
The one I have to take 3 times.
Is this the origin of why people think that? Is this where the dog story came from? Is this what it was built out of?
Is the biggest pill I've ever seen in my life.
Oh shit!
And one of them cost $2,000.
What?
Well, one of them was like your insurance hasn't approved it yet, and I said, well, how much is it? I'll just pay for it out of pocket. She says $2,000. I was like, no,
For the bottle, okay.
for the 14-day regimen. Wow. But I got it approved. Now it still costs $250.
That's still expensive.
crazy.
Yeah.
$2,000?
Yeah.
You didn't need to give me this much context. My God.
So anyway,
It's 1
I got
minute in.
those. Now I'm on all this fucking Sudafed shit. Oh yeah, my doctor who's trying to fix my cough also put me on an antibiotic in case it's some post-viral infection.
Are they talking to each other?
Yeah. Okay. Well, they're not. I don't know if they're necessarily talking, but they know what
They're aware
drugs.
of what the other prescribed. Okay. That's good.
Ethan.
Shut the fuck up, Doolittle.
H3 is being a little bitch again.
Oh.
So that's only one part of it. The next part is
what's the next?
That Olive has giardia, which is a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
And Olive has this?
Olive has this. Yeah, she came to us with it.
Okay.
She had diarrhea.
So Olive is the dog.
And,
oh, poor baby.
Ducky came to us with that too, and I just wonder why.
It's relatively common.
It should be. They should have found it already. But anyway, so she has giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today, and well, Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
Oh shit.
Oh,
And
no.
now Ela has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God.
What can I do to not get it?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Because I'm not trying to get
Can
it.
I crank the AC maybe?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that?
Never.
Not really.
So then you're fine.
But unfortunately,
So the problem is-
you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like
Yeah,
in the
literally.
air, bro.
That's not what I said. That's literally that's what
admitted
you
had
said.
caca breath.
No, that's what you said. I said. Well, anyway, so let me continue, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So because it can go on surfaces and stuff. So, olive chews everywhere. So, Sonny, it makes sense why he got it. Then once he starts having these crazy diarrheas, like in the middle of the night, all day, all the time, he's having these crazy diarrheas. Then when me and Hila start having to get in there and changing his diaper, obviously you put him down, you wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas.
And they put their hands into the poop.
So I haven't been diagnosed with it. Neither has Hila. Sonny went to the doctor today to get a poop evaluation, but I'm pretty sure he has it because the symptoms is like frequent and then extremely foul smelling diarrheas. And the first night, it happened last night in the middle of the night. I walked into his room, he was crying in the middle of the night. And I was immediately struck by the foulest his whole room was just wafting and the foulest diarrhea.
This does not, and people took this to assume that the dog was shitting everywhere and the kids were eating the shit. Okay. That's insane. That is so insane. Why wouldn't you look up the disease? Why wouldn't you look up the disease? You can find out that you can get it from contact that's not the only way you can get it, for one. If you have a concern about the safety of kids, like, do some fucking research. My God. Also, you can watch a kid as well as you possibly can. You're still not going to stop them from, like, touching things and, like, licking things and whatever the fuck. Like, you can stop it to an extent, but you're not going to stop them from making contact with everything. I don't even know does a dog even need to, like... Does a dog even need to properly shit in the house for you to come into contact? Because, like, if it's the same thing as, if it's analogous to diarrhea, okay, and again, I'm not a medical person, that's just an assumption, but even when you fart, like, particles come out, right? So a dog doesn't even need to shit for particles to get into the environment. Not to mention, dogs fucking roll around and shit all the time. Like, yeah, it can be in soil and it can come onto the dog's fur. Like, there's so many different ways. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Whoever did this just wanted to cause harm. Like, you understand that, right?
Diarrhea smell. And I was like, here we go, So I open, and first of all, he doesn't want to get changed. He's in the middle of the night. He's tired. So you put him on
You could bring it in? Yeah, you could bring it in, couldn't you? Because a dog can be, like, sniffing around on the ground outside. Biggest overreach from the most childless people. Oh, God.
the changing table, and he is thrashing like a fish out of water. And all the meanwhile, he is covered in viscous, or does viscous mean not flowing or flowing or non-viscous?
Well, I think you have to phrase it like it either is highly viscous or has low viscosity.
Which one is very flowy?
Flowy is low viscosity.
Yeah. So very low viscosity. I think you're yeah.
Is that right? I always get those backwards, so I'm doubting myself.
Having a thick, sticky consistency between solid and liquid.
The more viscous it is, the thicker it is.
Okay, so he had a very low viscosity diarrhea, and he was thrashing all around. So you can imagine it was not an easy task cleaning that up, and in the dark too, mind you.
Right.
And then it's like, okay, I get him changed, put the diaper on, I put him back in his sleeping sack, and I want to put him on the ground because I didn't want him to, suffer. So I carry him into the bathroom to wash my hands. And, I try to do a one-handed wash, which isn't good enough. So I'm holding him in this hand. I'm trying to do two hands. Point is, I washed my hands as best as I could.
Oh, my God.
And obviously, after I put him down, I washed them again. Ela, on the other hand, she started having, and I don't want to out her, but very foul-smelling diarrhea.
So
now, this morning,
okay, we get it. We get it. Bad empanada. Gorgeous George. On AB? Oh no. This is on the H3 Reddit. I just saw his name there, but I'm guessing his name is public if it's on the H3 subreddit for 20 hours? Okay. You're the best parents I've ever seen, said House Slave. Oh, okay. Abdullah to the clients after CPS visited them because their kids contracted parasites from dog feces. Oh God, it's yeah, they're relentless. Just keep on keeping it up. The clients frequently advocate for the genocide of Arabs while Ayad sits obediently in silence. He is a tame domestic animal. I told you. Oh, bad with another banger. I felt for AB up until recently. He's in full cuck mode. Yeah, I told you guys. It's like the only good Arab in the eyes of this person is one that literally straps themselves to a rocket and launches themselves at some Israeli field or some shit. Maybe 1 in 20 times you get one Jew. Maybe someone breaks their leg on the way to the shelter. Unless you do that, you're not a good Arab. Rip. Bro's white. He's very white. Yeah. He's also very mad that he's white. You can tell. You can tell that. You can tell he talks like this because he's really upset that he's not Arab. That's why he hates me so much. It's been reported, okay? I've been given by anonymous sources. Anonymous sources tell me that he lashes himself every day when he reminds himself that he's not as much of an Arab as I am. These people are just vicious. I bet they don't even care about Palestinians for real. Oh, really? Really? Do you consider yourself Arab? Not predominantly. Like, my experience is white. My upbringing's been pretty white, like English speaking and all that. But I might have got some of it in me. It's affected me. Like, I've been in fucking school as a 15, 16-year-old, whatever, hearing the news about the Second Lebanon War and worrying about my family and shit and my cousins. And it's the same thing when I was covering the Lebanon War this time. Like, constantly, every fucking airstrike in Beirut being like, oh shit, are my family close to there? Oh no, they are. Oh my God, fuck. Like, texting constantly. Yeah, so what do you think about Lebanese claiming to be Phoenicians? I think it's a cope. I think it's big copium. Like, yeah, pretty copium. Gosh. Cope from what? Because Lebanese Christians are Arabs. Like, they are. They are. It's just this thing that Maronites try to do because they view, they have this vision of Lebanon being like more European, like being like a European safe space for Christians in the Middle East or whatever the fuck. The problem is that it's contradictory to the fact that they also wanted Lebanon to be the size that it is. They wanted a bigger Lebanon that took in a bunch of Muslims that didn't want the same country as them. They didn't want the same style of government as them. They didn't want the same cultural values as them. So yeah, that's the problem. Like the thing is that the Maronites wanted two incompatible things. They wanted a Lebanese like Christian state. They wanted to be a Christian country, Christian rule, and like fucking the more liberalized, like European-esque values or whatever. But then they also wanted all this extra land that had people who didn't identify with that and tried to have both. It's like, bro, rip. And if you want that, you either have to take a smaller bit of land or you have to do some ethnic cleansing. And they did neither. They didn't learn from the Jews, you see. That's the story of Israel as well. Yeah, but the difference is that Israel could have like taken a smaller country. They accepted a smaller country twice, right? They accepted the partition plan and they kind of accepted 37. They didn't accept the specific details of the plan, but the Zionist Congress did vote in favor of continuing negotiations over the partition idea. Whereas the Lebanese were like, nah, give us more, give us all this land that's full of fucking Muslims. Yeah, give us all that, whilst we still try to be a Christian dominant nation. But it is actually, they're doing it now. They're doing it in the West Bank. That's it. That's why even people like Martin Luther King and all that, who were fairly defensive of Israel in the Six-Day War, like that's the big problem with them occupying the West Bank. It's not that it's, aside from the obvious fact that it's bad for Palestinians, it's also not great for Israelis because they're kind of fucking themselves by doing it as well. Because they're just giving themselves this demographic fucking time bomb where they're eventually going to have to govern a bunch of people who don't want to live in the same society as them. The messianic I think, what was it? There's an MLK quote. I think he said that if they stay in the 67 borders, if they stay in the West Bank, sorry, occupied territories, they run the risk of falling to like arrogance or something like that. What's the quote? It's a really interesting. MLK actually understood the Israel-Palestine conflict really surprisingly well. I think it was in response to the Six-Day War. Peace for Israel means security, and we must stand with all of our might to protect its right to exist, its territorial integrity. I see Israel, and I never mind saying it, as one of the great outposts of democracy in the world, and a marvelous example of what can be done, how desert land can almost be transformed into an oasis of brotherhood and democracy. Oh no. Peace for Israel means security, and that security must be a reality. So this is him basically supporting Israel in the Six-Day War. That's what he's referring to there. He supported them defending themselves in the Six-Day War. Do the voice. No. What? But then he also... What was it he said about them having to leave? He said something about how they also shouldn't stay in the occupied territories. He'd been there. I know he'd been there. Cornel West, obviously arguing he didn't live long enough to witness the occupation, blah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I don't think he supported the occupation. I'm pretty sure he directly opposed it, but it's just not written here. Where did he say that, though? Is it here? Oh, it's here. Should Israel, in your opinion, give back the land she has taken in conflict without certain guarantees, such as security? Well, I think these guarantees should all be worked out by the United Nations. I would hope that all the nations, and particularly the Soviet Union and the United States, and I would say France and Great Britain, these four powers can really determine how that situation is going. I think the Israelis will have access to the Gulf of Aqaba. I mean, the very survival of Israel may well depend on access to not only the Suez Canal, but the Gulf and the Straits of Tiran. Remember, the Suez Canal is in Egypt, okay? These things are very important, but I think for the ultimate peace and security of the situation, it will probably be necessary for Israel to give up this conquered territory, because to not hold on to it will only exacerbate the tensions and deepen the bitterness of Arabs. There you go. Passed over the opportunity to make an exception of Jerusalem because he visited the Jordanian side in 1959. He knew. Yeah, people don't really give any credit to how huge brain, 20,000 plus IQ, how much educations, how serious MLK was. He was the more you read about this guy, the more you just kind of like fall in love with him, you know? He's so much more than just like, I have a dream and let's not be violent, you know? He was a very sharp lad. This was it. He said that Israel faced the dangers of being smug and unyielding. He's read so many books, almost as many books as the martyr Hassan Nasrallah, peace be upon him. Almost. I keep a hold of that link. Same as this whole chat combined. True. He cheated on his wife and was vaguely misogynistic. Yeah, I think that as far as his failures go, that's kind of it, isn't it? Yeah. Is there anything else about this Stage 3 story, or are we moving on? I think we're probably moving on. Was the rape stuff real? What, did MLK rape? I have no idea. Not that I've heard. That would be the first I'm told about it. What is Ukraine saying?
It's the start of a big week of peace talks aiming to end the war in Ukraine. American officials say they believe Kiev is ready to move forward in a ceasefire process with Russia ahead of talks in Saudi Arabia. President Zelensky will also travel there, although he won't be taking part in negotiations. Officials from Ukraine and the US will meet for the first time since the clash between their two leaders last week. All this comes as the Ukrainian military said that...
I don't think I've ever heard your ideal position for peace in Israel-Palestine, not what's likely to happen, what's ideal in your eyes. What's ideal in my eyes is that they both share the land, like a multicultural society where everyone's soy, like, and permissive and all that democratic, you know? Yeah, obviously. For the refugees, I imagine they'd probably... I don't know, like... I'd imagine most of them would just get a shit ton of compensation and get resettled wherever they are. And the ones who, for family reunification or for whatever else, can just get right of return to specific villages or whatever if they want. And the rest of it could just be solved by immigration. Like there could be an open enough border that no one really cares what the demographics are. Maybe you can give it all of them. But, you know... ideals, that's the problem with them, right? Also, while we're at it, the Lebanon-Israel border can probably go as well, because that's stupid. It's just literally a random fucking line drawn in a valley. Doesn't make any sense. We can call it Israel-Palestine like Bosnia-Herzegovina. Yeah, we're not calling it Israel-tine, like Gaddafi's son wanted to call it.
Russia launched 176 drones during an overnight attack. Our correspondent Thomas McGill reports.
A weekend of deadly attacks by an unrelenting Russia. This is the Donetsk region in the east where 11 people were killed and 40 wounded, including 6 children, according to Ukrainian officials. Attacks like this have intensified across the country in recent days, this one in Odessa in the south, after the US paused military aid, intelligence sharing, and now...
What happens to the Israel-Jordan border? That one can stay, you know, it's like a... It's a river. What? It's got like some kind of natural demarcation. It's not much of a river, but it's there. Maybe once the Jordan completely dries up, then you can join them together. Why not?
Some satellite imagery. Despite this, the US is determined to forge ahead with talks in Saudi Arabia on Tuesday and says they believe Ukraine's leader is ready to move forward with its demand for a ceasefire. President Zelensky will not attend the talks personally, but will meet...
Doesn't that contradict the Jewish majority state thing? Yeah, but they were asking my ideal. My ideal is that there wouldn't need to be a Jewish majority state because it wouldn't matter, right? The only justification for a Jewish majority state is the fact that Jews would be getting mogged as minorities, right? That they couldn't exist as a minority and get their safety guaranteed in that country. But once that's gone, let's make it whatever demographic you want it to be, right?
The Saudi leader, Mohammed bin Salman, today. Senior US officials, led by the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, will then meet a delegate from Ukraine on Tuesday to discuss the terms of a potential truce.
I'm confident that the meeting will be productive. We in Ukraine are committed to this. We are very much so. We will do our best to ensure that Ukrainian interests are taken into account in the right way.
Ahead of the talks and speaking on Fox News, President Trump described the war as a mess.
Are you comfortable with that? The fact that you walked away and Ukraine may not survive?
Well, it may not survive anyway, but, you know, we have some weaknesses with Russia.
I hate him so much.
Fuck him. It takes two.
Fuck him.
Look, it was not going to happen, that war, and it happened. So now we're stuck with this mess.
But just a few hours ago, he suggested the
insane non-answer. He doesn't. Why? Why did they let him get away with not answering any fucking questions? Anything of substance. He can't do it.
US is easing its pause on sharing military intelligence.
We want to do anything we can to get Ukraine to be serious about getting something done.
You haven't been alone. We gave you
The relationship between America and Ukraine remains fragile after a heated exchange in the White House earlier this month. And Europe has also come under fire from President Trump, who wants it to step up and spend more on defence. The UK has already committed to increasing its spending on defence.
Let's go!
And said it's willing to put troops on the ground in Ukraine.
Yes, brave Keir. Yes. Hard as nails, Keir Starmer. Keith. Top lad.
But what's not clear is how many other European countries could join a so-called coalition of the willing. The US knows Ukraine is coming to these latest talks on the back foot, and if progress towards peace is to be made, then compromise will also be needed. Thomas McGill, BBC News.
Guys, this super chat goal is in dire straits. What the fuck? It's 3 out. It's 3. The super chat goal is in huge trouble, guys. We got 11 minutes left. Oh my god. The super chat goal is. It's about as fucked as Ukraine is. I'm sorry. Don't make me tell jokes like this, okay?
We can get more analysis.
I think the thing with Ukraine, it doesn't really, even with America pulling support, it doesn't really get rid of the fact that their resolve is not going to change. Their resolve does not change because they don't want to give up, and they can't give up, and they shouldn't give up. So it's like, you don't really solve that issue, the fact that Russia still has to fight this endless war of attrition for scraps of land. And I don't know, is it still the case that Russia might be the first ones to fold in that situation, given the fact that people at home might actually reach their breaking point? I don't know. If anything, the resolve should harden. Well, they'll probably lose territory and shit, but the idea that it's going to hand over the entire country is not, or even substantial parts of it, I don't think. It's just, I don't know. Obviously, that still kind of happens even with American support, so it just means without, it's going to take longer. It's going to be harder. Yes, they did fold in Afghanistan. The brave Mujahideen. Is that what we need? We need a few fucking future Taliban fighters in Ukraine. That's what we need the Azov battalion for. The brave soldiers.
On those talks, we can speak to Senior Fellow in the War Studies Department at King's College London, Nawaf Obaid. Thank you for joining us on BBC News. So give us a sense of Saudi Arabia's position in all of this, because it's been able to maintain close ties with Russia, Ukraine and the United States. How has it managed that?
Well, because it's really positioned itself over the last decade to nurture and to be able to position itself as, if you want, a global interlocutor. It's had a superb relationship with the Trump administration, the first one. It has been able to co-manage the global energy markets for the last decade or so
because they're
through
Trump's
the
creditors.
OPEC plus mechanism with the Russian president, and as well as it's been able to be the center and the source of numerous prisoner releases between the Ukrainians and the Russians. So in a way, if you look deeper into it, you see Saudi Arabia is one of the very few countries that has a global consequence that is consequential enough to be able to be doing what it's doing today.
And during this war, it's provided Ukraine with millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in humanitarian aid. At the same time, it's continued an economic partnership with Russia. How would you compare the two? And would Saudi Arabia still be considered neutral in this conflict?
Well, the economic partnership with Russia, it's been more of an energy management of the global energy markets. So as I was earlier saying, through the OPEC plus mechanism, the two largest oil exporters, be it Saudi Arabia and Russia, were able to manage it and to make sure that there was no disruption in economic global disruption due to the war between the Russians and Ukrainians. And on the other side,
frameless glasses are weird. I know, they look like they're kind of like an unwelcome growth on his body.
As you correctly pointed out, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been key in providing a lot of humanitarian aid to the Ukrainians. So it's not one versus the other. They're relatively neutral, and at the same time, in the person of the Crown Prince, he's been able to have an enormous amount of credibility, trust, and above all, influence to be able to bring all the warring parties to Saudi Arabia to hopefully end this war.
Nawaf Obaid from King's College London, thank you for sharing your...
What a state, dude. What is this? Twitter's down again. If people in Gaza perish from starvation, is there really any serious argument that Netanyahu and co aren't guilty of, I guess you mean genocide? Probably not, no. If there's like a fucking Holodomor in Gaza, then I would say that's... that would be a direct result of their policy, wouldn't it? Direct result of their decisions. A snarker from CPS Post wants to call into the show. M, not G. Murder. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Yeah. What do you mean from CPS Post? Pediatricians, teachers, and school staff workers are all mandated reporters, which means that if you have enough reasonable information that leads you to believe a child's safety is in danger, you must call CPS before anything happens. So if a kid is visibly disheveled, injured, or ill due to neglect or environment at home, you can make a call, because if anything happens to the kid, it will stay in your conscience forever. Ethan brought in his son who contracted fucking Giardia, a disease you can only get from consuming shit, to his pediatrician. Wait! You can get it. You don't need to get it from eating shit. This is made up. And a 1 second Google search will get you that. It can come from contact, not separate from fecal oral transmission. Okay. Is this all right? Mayo Clinic. Why do I need the Mayo Clinic? Do we not trust the NHS now? It can spread easily from one person to another. Easily. Through water, food, surfaces, or objects. Oh God, that would be so easy for that person to... Yeah, the doctor's decision, yeah. It would be the doctor, not someone who watched the fucking stream. Like, what the fuck? If you're in close contact, how it spreads. Swallowing just a few of the germs can make you sick. Clean and disinfect areas where a person or pet recently had diarrhea. I don't. Oh God. Yeah, this is just misinfo that it can only spread. What a fucking liar. Why are the people just fucking liars? Just Google it. Oh my God. The thing is, this person didn't actually hear that from the Ethan Klein podcast. They heard it from the Bad Empanada stream or from a Snark post. This is like, they're regurgitating like the lie, not the actual information. This is like the copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, the distorted version of the story. They're just funneling. I made it onto your Instagram. Why won't you address the multiple allegations that you're on hard drugs? I'd love to call in and bear through your coughing and sniffling to press you on that issue, as well as other gang-stalking hallucinations those drugs are causing. Wow. Do you think Ethan is a smart and insightful commentator? Ethan doesn't ever claim to be a political commentator. He's not really, which is just funny because he has this kind of like everyday man's wisdom way of navigating people who claim to be like close to expert level or claim to be professional commentators like Hassan and all those other people, and actually like manages to fucking wrangle them and make them uncomfortable in debates. But yeah, no, he's not primarily like he's not supposed to be like an insightful political commentator. He's just like he's just a guy who gets by on his wits and does surprisingly well against very uninformed people. He's actually really more of a testament to people like Hassan and how fucking useless they are at defending their positions. But no, he's primarily an entertainer. He's not primarily a political commentator. So I wouldn't expect him to have the big knowledge. It's just that he has just enough and just enough moral fucking clarity to get by with people who do this for a living. The drunken master, yeah. Oh no! Did I show you guys this? What the fuck? There's no way. Look who is fighting with who. Look at this overlap. It's majorly based. Our Chud debate lord fighting with Sock Darling. How far back? She hasn't looked like this for. Is this recent? To be fair, they both look like fine, right? Why are they having a fucking. Why are they having a we both look all right in these pictures off? I ship it. He could totally get her back and just say that she's like, are you just shipping us? Oh no. What were they fighting over? She called someone a fat retard, Donald Trump. Bald, stupid bitch. JD Vance, you're fat too. Nice one. This post may violate X's rules against hateful conduct. Yes. Good tweet. Why can't I like the tweet? Fuck you. Free speech, Elon Musk. Dick. Post is unavailable. Your hair is so sparse that it makes me feel freezing cold just thinking about how your scalp must feel. Weak sauce coming from a chick with thinning hair herself. You're either really bad at negging or have a very serious substance abuse problem. What? Was this, I guess he said something that he deleted? I think they both like each other. What can I say? I think they like each other. I just want the best for him. Because he's mental. Actually, I don't know if I want the best for him because he's quite racist. That's why we don't have him on the stream anymore. He's too volatile. Okay. Do we want to cover the bad? I don't know if I'm ready to cover the bad yet. You guys, who was that guy? He was a MAGA guy that we used to have debates with. He was like, when I was streaming on Twitch to like 200 viewers, he would come on and debate me on like trans issues, race issues, like race and IQ and shit. And it would just get very chaotic because he was like kind of funny. Yeah. We had like 3 debates and then I realized that I was just, I was getting a bit samey. But yeah, he was our chud. There's quite a few people who remember him, which is interesting. We've managed to keep a hold of people. Nice one. Okay. Was he the nasally mouth breather? No, he was not the nasally mouth breather. He was a full, he was a MAGA monster is what he was. Yeah, we could watch Sam Cedar and Jubilee. That is lined up. But that's quite intense as well. It's a long video. You should do a poll on chat and how long people have watched you. Well, I'd be more interested to see where people came from because going forward, I don't know if I really want to. I never really think about my streams in terms of like business strategy or anything like that. I've never really thought about anything I do in my life in those terms, but it might be worth trying. Like if I actually made it a goal to like grow the channel and optimize and like gear myself towards that just to see what would happen, I suppose. But I've never really thought about the world, like content creation in that way. I tend to just talk about whatever I feel interested in on the day. Yeah, we know. I mean, I have my schedule. The schedule is fine. I came from your nemesis. Oh. But I don't know. Might just be interesting to find out. You have to network better and advertise better. Wow, thanks. I love that. I love people who are like, you know what you need to do is you need to focus your goals into you need to focus your goal into a bunch of smaller, more digestible goals. I'm like, wow, thank you so much. Fucking business school, lesson 1. We've got schedule. We've got an editor who is giving daily segments or almost daily segments. That's a good change. Just got to grind, bro. What you need to do is analyze your metrics. What you need to do is have a solid metrics analysis. It's the kind of thing I would probably try doing and then get bored after 2 weeks and just go back to reading about Iran or some shit. Tweet out when you're going live. That doesn't do shit. That doesn't do anything. I've done that before. You need to diversify your portfolio. You need to understand your strengths and lean into them. This is just affirmations. That's what I'm listening to right now. I think what would be good would be to have like a daily stream of like a constant stream of debaters. But like, I don't really know. I don't want to go to TikTok for that. There must be another way. Play piano. BSN waiting room. Shut up. Shut up. Omegle. God. Twitter Spaces would have been good. That's probably a good idea.
Do you
yeah.
think CPS snarkers can transfer Jardia through their human centipede of misinfo?
That's a good super chat. $10. I feel bad. I feel like I should have paid money for that joke. That's a good tweet. I might steal that for Twitter. I can't tweet it because Twitter's down. Twitter's down. Twitter's down. Thank you, Elon. Come in. Drain the swamp. Sweep the room. Purge the clutter. For what? Fuck. Oh well. We're leaving it. I'm not going to tweet anything when it's down because I won't get the likes. Ooh. Ooh. Did you do it? Put it on Blue Sky. Fuck Blue Sky, man. Nah, I think looking for, yeah, I don't know. The problem now is that I'm kind of enjoying doing these streams that are fairly like dry. I'm kind of enjoying just squeezing as much information as I can into 40 minutes and talking about things that no one really gives a fuck about. Like no one gives a fuck about this, right? Like the IDF probe, even the blocking aid to Gaza. Like this war's not interesting to people anymore. Or people aren't interested in it from the perspective of someone who supports a Palestinian state but also doesn't want to destroy Israel. That's just not like a good, not in this space, you know? That's not like there's not a big club to join when you have those positions, right? Because you're either going in the Douglas Murray fucking Elon Levy bullshit fucking canal, or you're going into the Hassan love the Houthis nonsense. I can't be fucked with either of those. Trump's meeting with Zelensky. This one probably would have been good, but it came out too late. It came out like 3 days after the thing happened. The Syria thing, I think this was a good video, but it was just too late. It took too long to make. It was a bit ambitious. Dunno. Bernie Sanders is much harsher on Israel's conduct than you, but doesn't want to eliminate Israel. Yeah, but I still think the problem with like the Bernie, I don't know the Bernie Sanders position that well, so I won't use him as an example, but say someone like Mehdi Hassan or maybe even just Bernie. It's like, I think the problem with them is that they're just like, they talk like they don't really know that much about how fighting between Israel and Hamas is supposed to go. I don't know. It just sounds like that. Also, Bernie didn't really make his following on his positions on Israel. He built his following off of like domestic stuff, right? I think a lot of people just kind of tolerate his positions on Israel from the left, from that side. Like if he was a commentator and that was his main topic, like that was his main area of interest, was talking about that, in that way, I don't think anyone would give a fuck about him. I think he would just be like a regular old shitty dem in the eyes of those types. What do you think of Mehdi Hassan's takes on IP? I think they're just rammed with disinformation. Yeah. Just kind of bad faith, kind of full of shit. Well. Anyway. Whoa! I don't think we're going full business strategy today, though, okay? Today, we're going to talk about something a bit more serious and something that, something that people don't give a fuck about, unfortunately. They really should, because it's quite big. We saw this news kind of just breaking when it started on Thursday of these crackdowns in Syria, which are not really crackdowns anymore so much as just full-on massacres of mostly Alawite civilians in Latakia and Tartus mainly, but also in other areas. For context, back when the French were in charge of Syria, they had this proposal that Syria looks like this, okay? And the Arabs were like, nah. They wanted Lebanon to be that, and they wanted Syria to be these states here. The reason the French wanted this is they were a little bit sharp. This is also, they knew what they were doing. The French did this because they were worried about nations of vastly different, like radically different ethnic groups that have had pretty bloody pasts and pretty big reasons to not trust each other being roped into one country, and they thought that it would sow sectarian conflict and national conflicts and everything else. The French were aware of this, you know? If you're European, you know that nationalities overlapping across borders or dual nationalities, or two nationalities sharing borders, is sometimes kind of an issue. So the French saw ahead. They recommended this. They also recommended that the Christians in Lebanon don't take all this extra territory out here. They initially advised against that. The Maronites said, no, we want it anyway. The area of relevance here is Latakia and Tartus, these two provinces down here, because this is where the Alawites live. The Alawites in Syria are an ethnic group that makes up about 12% of Syria's population. They are a spin-off branch of Shia Islam, and the big controversy around them is that they, in large part, probably more than any other group in Syria, support Assad. Because Assad was an Alawite. Assad and his dad, so for a long time, Syria has been governed by Alawites who came from this region. And Assad is also a sectarian. He was a sectarian Alawite. A lot of what Assad did, and a lot of his war crimes, and a lot of his atrocities, and human rights abuses and everything else, he said that he argued one of the reasons for him doing that was to defend minorities, because he believed that his opponents were all radical Sunni extremist terrorists who would massacre Alawites and Druze or whoever else. And that's what Assad basically used to justify his brutal rule over Syria. That's what he used to justify chemical weapons. And yeah, he had other reasons as well, but that was kind of his premise. So today, Assad is gone. He's been replaced by HTS, the group that is led by a guy Ahmed al-Shara, otherwise known as Jilani, who used to be who used to fight alongside Al-Qaeda, who used to be part of al-Nusra, which was also Al-Qaeda affiliated, has distanced himself from them over the last 6-7 years, and is now heading HTS, which is still largely Sunni Islamic, which is still largely Islamist. They believe in Islamic rule to some degree, but much more moderated. They have also gotten rid of people in the movement who are more extreme, like ISIS or Al-Qaeda affiliated. So HTS in general have, for the last 6 or 7 years, have behaved quite differently from what you would expect a group like ISIS or Al-Qaeda or al-Nusra to behave like. They act in a different way. One of the things that they do constantly is they preach about the need to protect minorities. But you might remember that as Assad was falling, or just as Assad fell, you might remember me saying something like this. Heavy region here. You might remember me saying this about Alawites. And there are a matter of days where decades happen. Well. This is the Alawite heavy region here, Latakia and Tartus. This is the group that is basically seen as the potential canary in the coal mine for how rebel rule is going to go, because Jilani has given assurances to the Alawites in the past. We're about to see if they actually stand the test. Alawites, for those of you who don't know, are a Shiite sect. They make up about 10 to 15% of Syria's population, I believe. Assad was an Alawite. He was a sectarian Alawite, and the Alawites supported him. So being an Alawite under the rule of Sunni Islamists, especially, who don't like the Assad regime and are also potentially a bit extreme, You probably don't want to be an Alawite in their hands, but we just have to watch, I guess. In any case, the bar is fairly... Okay, that's more or less what I said in the... I think this is December 8th or 9th. 9th, okay. So, people were warning about this. It's not the most unpredictable thing to happen, but on Thursday, what started as a crackdown, a government crackdown against what was called a nascent insurgency in Alawite areas of pro-Assad militants, has resulted in massacres. So initially, they said that there was an insurgency in Latakia and Tartus areas, and people who were pro-Assad militants had apparently ambushed people and grabbed even like a small part of territory somewhere in here. And the government's response was to crack down on it. And in that crackdown, something like 1,300 people are reported dead, most of them civilians. The Syrian Network for Human Rights has put the death toll now, it keeps changing, but within 72 hours, the death toll is reported to be 1,300. About 200 plus of those are from the security forces, and about 250 of them are pro-Assad militants, the rest of them civilians. There have been reports of sexual abuse, there have been reports of humiliation of prisoners, which are backed up by video evidence as well, and there have been reports from witnesses of gunmen from the security forces just marching through, going door to door and carrying out arbitrary executions, just like shooting people in the head, dumping them. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Lots of people have fled. People have fled to Lebanon. Some people are hiding away in mountains and in forests. Witnesses have said that the gunmen were indistinguishable from government forces. It seems very likely that this was government forces. And yeah, that's what we have. We have 1,300 dead in less than 72 hours. It is not good. Jelani in the past, there's actually something that we caught a little bit earlier that most people don't know about. In the past, Jelani had actually once called for indiscriminate bombings of Alawite areas or indiscriminate attacks. He had actually mentioned that in the past. But that was back when he was a lot more extreme. He's since been trying to shed that reputation and shed that image. So today, he has come out and given this statement.
Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara has called for the national unity and peace and is promising justice.
We affirm that we will hold accountable with utmost firmness and without any leniency anyone involved in the shedding of civilian blood or who has wronged our people. Those who exceeded the authority of the state or exploited their power of their own interests will not be above the law. Anyone whose hands are stained with the blood of Syrians will face justice sooner rather than later.
The government also announced the formation of an independent committee to investigate the violations and identify those responsible for the killing of civilians. The Ministry of Defense says the security forces are working at checkpoints surrounding the city of Latakia to ensure the safety of civilians and prevent remnants of the former regime from carrying out any acts of sabotage.
Oh, this was it. This article, I think, is from 2015. This is back when Jelani was part of al-Nusra. And this is what he said back then. He said, there is no choice but to escalate the battle and to target Alawite towns and villages in Latakia. And I call on all factions to daily hit their villages with hundreds of missiles as they do to Sunni cities and villages, Jelani said. So in the past, he has called for indiscriminate attacks on them. So there is a lot of evidence based on HTS rule over Idlib that these moderation efforts were sincere from Jelani. Like, he does not seem to be the same person at all. His movement doesn't behave in the same way, and in the past hasn't behaved the same way. But what's happening right now does seem very reminiscent of Salafist, indiscriminate, like, Sunni extremist violence. It just seems like back to square one. Now, he has said I'm glad you told us to wait in promoting Jelani as a good guy. Yeah, well, the fact is we still don't know if he's a good guy, right? Like, or because we don't know how much control he had over the situation, right? We do know in the past that he has not given a fuck about Alawites suffering. We also know that his rhetoric about changing and moderating and defending minorities has been sincere before, because they moderated towards Christians and Druze, like someone in the chat saying. The problem is that there were not Alawites in Idlib. And if you're a Syrian rebel against Assad, the thing with Alawites is that not only are they seen as defenders of Assad, and many people who were involved in this fighting were defenders of Assad, they were pro-Assad insurgents, but they also are Shiites, like they're a spin-off of Shiites. And if you're a Sunni extremist, they believe in something called takfiri, which is the idea that Shiites are basically the same as apostates. They should be killed. So we don't know. Like right now he's pledging like harsh measures and justice and everything like that. But we don't know how sincere he is in that. He might not be at all. We also don't know how much power he has over that situation. So for Alawites who live currently in Latakia and Tartus, which is where pretty much all of them or most of them are, there's no guarantee that this is going to stop. There's no guarantee that this doesn't turn into 20 or 30 or 40,000 dead. Right? This is like people talk about death tolls. All right, death tolls 1,372 hours is insane. Right, that's a huge rate of killing. That's massive. If you look at Gaza, let's say the death toll is like as high as like the higher estimates, like 60,000. Okay, spread across a year, you're 164 dead a day. Okay, like 1,300 people dying in 3 days is huge. It's a massive number. Anytime you see the word liquidated, you know it's crazy. Yeah, well. Has Russia actually pulled out of Syria? No, there are still Russian, well, mostly, but there are still Russian positions in Syria, especially in this area. Yeah. I think they're coastal mostly, but yeah. Is 60,000 really one of the higher estimates? Yeah, in terms of estimates, there are projections that go much higher, but 60,000 I think is a higher estimate. Yeah, I'm not counting those like unreviewed Lancet projections. No, I'm not counting those. Not the 500,000 or whatever the fuck people are saying.
Security forces deployed in Latakia after days of clashes on Syria's coast. A war monitor says over 1,000 people have been killed since the violence broke out on Thursday, when armed men loyal to former President Bashar Assad ambushed government security forces. DW could not independently verify the
People are
death.
saying the SNA is involved. I've heard that theory, but the problem is that so many of these theories about what's been happening here and who's behind it, or whether or not a bomb was dropped on one of the Alawite villages, like all of this is coming from tweets, and I don't know what to do with that. Okay, right now what we know is that lots of witnesses have said it might be government forces. Some people have said it might have been SNA, the Turkish-backed SNA. Some people said it's them. But I don't know if HTS are uninvolved, right? Like, I don't think that's been claimed either. I think they're still involved as well, no?
The attacks spiraled into revenge killings in Syria's Alawite majority towns, carried out.
How much does Jelani actually control? He only had Idlib before. Well, he's the president. He's the current president of Syria.
By armed supporters of Syria's new leaders. Witnesses described scenes of lootings and mass killings.
People were slaughtered in their own homes, people from all sects. Today I got shot at because I was filming. I told him, I'm filming you, take the car, but I'm filming you, just so you know. He cursed me and then shot in the direction of our house.
Over 100 of the state's police and security forces were also killed. Bodies found in a mass grave in Qurdaha.
What happened was very painful, and at the same time it was a harsh thing on the entire Syrian people. May God have mercy on all the martyrs.
Despite calls from Damascus for unity, sectarian tensions remained. A gathering mourning casualties from both civilian and security personnel, interrupted by pro-government demonstrators who chanted hate speech against the Alawite minority. Syria's interim leader has now announced a committee will be investigating the deadly clashes.
We will hold to account anyone who is involved in the bloodshed of civilians or harming our people, who oversteps the powers of the state or exploits authority to achieve his own ends.
Many hope.
Yeah, they also said that they've started a committee. They've established a committee to investigate into the events and see who's culpable. So standard Jelani behavior, just, you know, get an institution involved. Like, I don't know. The thing is like, I wouldn't have been that surprised this early on that there would be like discrimination against Alawites, that there might be like hate crimes, that there might be some Alawites fighting back, or some Alawite or some pro-Assad insurgency, or maybe even like little cells, like terror cells that are still Assad loyalists, and then the crackdown on that being disproportionate. I wouldn't have expected 1,300 dead in 3 days. That's a lot. That is a lot. And Jelani is basically asking people, he's asking people who, many of whom are extremists and they're hateful, also people who suffered under the Assad regime, to go and protect people who supported the Assad regime. Like, even outside of the sectarianism. The sectarianism makes it like 1,000,000 times worse, but even outside of the sectarianism, it's a really fucked situation. Because that's what they see Alawites as. I don't even know if any majority of the Alawites supported Assad by the end, but to them it doesn't matter, you know. What's the distinction between Alawites and Shia? I don't know. I just know that they're like a spin-off. Are there gray wolves there? I don't know what that means. What? The best he can do is invite international observers. Oh, I know that there are human rights groups there, but I don't know if there were going to be international peacekeepers or anything, or whether or not they could help, because UN peacekeepers are like the least likely people to get involved in like security crackdowns or anything. I don't know. But that's where we are now. We will see. We'll see who's involved. We'll see whether it can be contained or if it gets worse. I don't know. Not good either way. Is this still going on? No, I believe the fighting has stopped for now, but I don't know if Jelani is actually... I don't know if they've started... I think Jelani said that they sent government security forces down, like up there, to maintain law and order, but I don't know. I don't think the investigation is like starting properly, or they're trying to identify perpetrators. The thing is, like, people, again, it's like one of those things. People film themselves doing it. They filmed themselves doing it. So yeah, don't know. Whatever it is, I feel like any developments are going to come fairly quickly, because right now you're going to have people on the anti-Alawite hate train who feel like they're emboldened and have an opportunity to take out as many people as they can before the government actually cracks down on it, if they do. And on the other side, you've got Alawites, especially ones who are still Assad loyalists, who feel like they need to fight to defend themselves, or just to fight at all, like, or want to take revenge. Like, yeah, it's just a bad time, bad times. I didn't expect something that big to happen that quickly, I will say. I expected it would be, I thought the Alawites would be kind of fucked, but Yeah, that happened fairly suddenly. Currently very skeptical considering how strong and widespread the Assad intelligence system was, and those structures do not just disappear. Well, yeah, there are still going to be loads of Assad loyalists like kicking around, and some of them are obviously armed. But I also don't know, like that those Alawite groups that started with the ambushes on Thursday, I don't know if that was a response to discrimination or soldiers harassing people or soldiers looting or whatever else beforehand. So, you know. Here are the investigators. Okay. I guess I can just look like this. Surprising with people he names, scoring gap between the most radical and the vision he wants to install at the head of state. This person, far from being a radical, is a magistrate at the court of Raqqa, decided to desert in 2012, not endorsing the policy of the Syrian regime. Worked for the democratic opposition. Okay. So this guy is not very much like HTS or Al-Shara. Khalid Adwan al-Hilu joined the opposition in 2011. Very no connection to the new power. Again, this is just Twitter. I don't know. Doctor of Criminal Law. Not an HTS supporter. She even worked for the former regime. Assad advisor in the 2000s. Wow. Former security framework of the former regime and former general. Is this guy trustworthy? Cedric Labrousse. Syrian National Coalition. He was engaged in the construction of records and assassinations and missing persons under the former regime. Okay. We'll see. Apparently the first guy is super racist towards Shiites and Alawites. Okay. Well, rip. But other ones are apparently more moderate and more sympathetic. Interesting. Interesting squad. Interesting blunt rotation. Okay. Well, good luck to them. It's going to suck if Jelani turns out to be a terrible guy. I've been so intensely and parasocially invested in him and his story. You guys know, I hope you guys understand that when I do the institution jihadi thing, the DEI jihad is like, that's kind of memeing, right? Like I've tried to say constantly that there's always going to be like a cautious optimism with him because again, he's not just rhetoric. He's not been just rhetoric. Like the rule in Idlib, like in many, even in the takeover, even in the end of Assad's rule, right? Like HCS behaved very differently from ISIS or Al-Qaeda. They did. They behaved differently. They didn't just talk differently, they behaved differently. But we have not seen them in a situation like this. We don't know how they're going to handle like the group that they're going to be most likely to threaten, which is obviously Alawites. So we will see. We will see. His history is way too crazy to ever really trust him. Wow. Well, okay. Well, we can just make him an Israeli prime minister then. Why? Fuck off. Okay. I need a bathroom break and then maybe we'll do some shit posting. How can we trust him when we didn't get him while he was young? Is that a fucking Hassan reference? Okay. All right, 1 minute. BRB screen. Do I have the new one now? I think I downloaded it. I do have it. I just don't know if I have shoved it on. Let's see. Downloads. Is that what it's called? Loner 2025 final. Is that what it's called? He's got a massive brain. Nice one. This is it.
What's with the big ass cup though?
Whoa, yeah, okay. And I think it should be here. Let's replace it.
What's with the big ass cup? What's with the big ass cup though? What's with the cup?
Oh, look at that. It stores more water, and I need water. Right, fuck off.
Part time. All right. Okay, what's your thoughts on the debate yesterday?
I'm so sorry. I clicked the wrong
What's
one.
with the
This
big
is
ass
actually
cup
the right
though?
one.
What's with the
Fuck
cup?
you. It stores more water, and I need water.
Part time. All right. Okay, what's your thoughts on the debate yesterday?
No.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go closer to you though.
Yeah, no, following.
Because I'll maybe look like I'm talking to you guys. This is so f***ing unnatural. Holy shit.
It's broadly accepted as a racist term.
Yeah, I know. That's why I used it.
Observe as the political streamer, a fully grown adult, takes criticism on the internet. What does he resort to? Slap a community note on him. I don't watch Doctor Who, but I know that Wiz's takes are shit. Who the fuck? Look at the kind of fucks who respond to me. Oh, these critiques are pretty good. Fuck you! What can I do with this? All right. Are you ready for it? It'll be as follows. Let's make some predictions. Today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this Burger King into a terror Burger King. Come inside. Look at this. You think this is a deep fryer? Look in here. These are Kalashnikovs. These are RPGs. These are Katyusha rockets. Long-range missiles. Anti-tank missiles. Grenades. Look at this other deep fryer. You think this is oil? No, it is rocket fuel. You think you can cook a large fries in rocket fuel? You cannot. Doesn't taste good. Look back here. You think these are burger buns? No, these are grenades. This is not the appropriate equipment to produce a Happy Meal. These are not Happy Meals. These are unhappy meals. All right, little plugs, little bugs. Listen carefully. Ooh. Yeah, I'll bet you do miss those Hagari memes. But they're forever done. They're ended. We lost a good one. Brian Lee, thanks for the 10 Australian. Really appreciate that. Okay. I suppose we should see how Mr. Cedar is handling the heat. I haven't actually seen Sam. I haven't actually seen Sam. I saw him debating on Pierce, but I don't think I've ever seen him debating like not off of the Majority Report for a while, you know? I don't think I've ever seen him. I have in the past, but I haven't recently seen him debating on like equal footing, I guess. Yeah. Let's see.
Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
To be xenophobic nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture.
Oh, yes. Lauren Southern, let's go. Actual smash. She's not optics brained at all. Let's go.
Should be a part of the same culture.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. Hi, I'm Sam Cedar, host of the Majority Report, and today I am surrounded by 20 conservatives. My first claim is Trump's attack on DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power.
All right. Sorry, Sam.
No worries.
All right. I think I have a slight issue with the back end of the premise. I guess Trump's attacks on DEI being a real goal to, give corporations more power. I'd rather center the conversation around the democratic, especially as conservatives, the issues that people have with DEI and why I believe Trump would, want to support the issues that,
Everyone that tries to watch this gets clapped. Well, okay. It's okay. We can muster some distractions. The mustache should be tariffed. Let's go 240p. We'll get it behind the chat. Let's audio. Give it some backing music, maybe. We'll definitely speed it up. Put a little filter on it. That's a bit cheeky. I need a copyright-free backing playlist. That's what I need. Okay. Yeah, spam chat to obscure it more. Well, no, what you should really do is super chat to obscure it more, okay? That's what you should really do. And I have to make a new goal now because the last one just got absolutely fucking destroyed. Whoa. I'd have to go in like an hour. Fuck. Fuck!
people are voting for him for.
I mean, I'm talking about his whole attack on DEI. It's actually DEIA, right? You know that.
Right.
In government agencies. The A being for accessibility.
Right. Yeah, and I think the attack on DEI isn't an attack on people's protections. It's on the other end of the spectrum, right? Wanting to end DEI doesn't want to end protections for someone being disabled, someone being, inaccessible to get into a job. It rather wants to de-incentivize corporations to push them to hire these people on unfair bases, right?
Okay, but DEIA is not about quotas or anything like that. It is about protections for people within these organizations, or to make sure that you have different communities that have the opportunity to apply to these things.
Right.
So it can mean within government agencies, it means...
Zach, thanks for $5. TLDR, the whole video. Every debater just agrees with Sam's premises, but says why it's a good thing. Okay. Nice one.
Means things like, let's pay interns so that not only wealthy people can have their kids do internships in these agencies. Right. Or let's put out notices around different parts of town, metaphorically speaking, so that people know this job.
Bah! Fuck me.
Like
fuck.
Yes.
Sam Cedars a two-stater. Again, Israel-Palestine, no one gives a fuck what you actually want to happen in the region. They don't care about your politics or your solutions. It's just about rhetoric. That's why it's not about whether you're pro-Palestinian or not. It's how much you hate Israel, okay? How much you're willing to shit on Israel. It's all about narrative. If you subscribe to the narrative, you can be a two-stater as long as you want, right? You can even be a two-stater with without a one-to-one land swap. As long as you just shit on Israel the entire time and don't say anything bad about Palestinians ever.
DNC's nomination of Kamala as president this year. There was no reason to nominate Kamala as she wasn't democratically selected. She didn't go through a single primary. None of these things.
So you're saying that Kamala was the vice president of the United States after the president drops out 2 months before the convention. You think that's a DEI?
She wasn't higher. Every presidential nominee is democratically selected to be the nominee for that
Do
party,
you realize
except
there were
for
not
Kamala
even
Harris.
primaries prior to 1972
Well,
in
sure,
the Democratic
but
Party?
this isn't before 1972.
Well, I understand, but what did you think you were going to run primaries in those 2 months?
Well, sure.
Joe Biden should have dropped out even 3 years ago. As far as I'm concerned.
Well, sure, but even before, when Kamala was running in primary, she didn't. She wasn't the next man up. None of this. She wasn't the next person.
So she was the vice president,
right? Of course, but she wasn't
that
in
tiny
primaries.
detail. But listen, aside from, I would have might have wanted a different candidate as well. But that has nothing to do with Trump rescinding orders that basically say you need to search for a wide range of candidates, not necessarily give any different benefits, but you need to make sure different communities have access to the awareness of this job. You need in your office accessibility for people who have physical handicaps.
Sure.
If you have folks who identify as as trans, you need to make it at least hospitable and not. This is all non-discriminatory stuff. That's what this is all about.
But you're cherry picking the portions of DEI that even conservatives don't have issues. Conservatives don't have issues with making workplaces.
The whole DEI apparatus within our government was a function of doing exactly what I said. Had nothing to do with quotas.
It is unfortunate that those things get taken out, and there might not have been specific
What
numerical
else was he trying to take out?
It's trying to take out people getting jobs that don't deserve those jobs. People getting pushed into positions they have no qualification.
There is no evidence of what you just said happening in these government agencies.
That's not true. I mean, we're not allowed to sit here and have notes and numbers to pull up for you. You can't,
Give me one example.
You can't ask me to pull up numbers when I'm not able to sit here and look on a computer for you. But these are.
What's it to do with numbers? It wouldn't be. It's not numbers. It's a qualitative argument. Okay.
The libs want to silence anyone who's inconvenient for them. Free speech. Anyways, now we'll spend 10 minutes to try to avoid the omnipresent intellectual property slapdown censorship machine.
Yes, we will. I'm going to use chat as a human shield to do it as well. Thanks for the $10, Jacob. And aha, thanks for the $4.99. Yes, I am using chat as human shields. Yes. What the fuck is this tune? Sounds cringe. All right. It's necessary.
See ya. Okay, so I think the roots issue with DEI isn't what.
Wait, there's an oil spill in the North Sea? What? Oh, fuck. That's where the North Sea's big. Okay, don't worry. Can I see it? Can I go to the... Oh, shit. Oh, no. Local news, guys. Stop what you're doing. Where did this happen? One of the 37 crew is missing. Oh, this is off East Yorkshire. This is miles away. But yeah, there's an oil spill. Look at it. 32 dead. Where does it say 32 dead? I thought I saw people, 1 of 37 missing. Oh, shit. 2 vessels hit each other. God. Jet fuel breaks down quicker. Uh-oh. 9/11. 32 casualties. Oh, wait. Wait, there were 37 crew working across the 2 ships. 35 are safely ashore. So, where are you getting casualties? How did they survive that? There are not casualties, you fucking idiots. What are you talking about? There's 1 person missing. This is Piper Alpha, which is obviously... there's a memorial to this in Aberdeen. That's from the 80s. Okay, stop. You guys are disinfo in the chat.
This gentleman was trying to point. Conservatives aren't necessarily have issues with those things, like accessibility to people who might need
Oh,
help.
unless they're injuries. Okay, I thought people are dead. Yeah, they're injuries. Okay. Yeah, people are injured. All crew members are rescued. Oh, thank God. Wow. All 37 are safe and accounted for, with 1 hospitalized. Okay. It did say casualties before, though. RIP.
The issue is, and I kind of referred to this before, when you have agencies and systems, what tends to happen when you have government overreach, big government, is that agencies and systems get abused. And I think unequivocally, DEI was heavily abused in practice. It was great in theory. It's idealistic, which is sure is fine, that a lot of people can get behind, but it was abused in a lot of ways. When you have actors, like we're in California right now, when you have actors, white male actors who are being told, we do not want white men, we're not gonna cast any white men, we only want this particular kind of...
For this film that's based in medieval Zimbabwe. Okay.
Gender, race, right? That is an abuse of a system. It's no longer fair, but more about just perpetuating one aspect of, visual compelling aspects. Because at the end of the day, what's going to happen is companies are going to say, well, we want to look the most diverse. Okay, well, and what that is it's moral grandstanding. It's that because we have more black women, we sell better soda. Like that.
I got you.
That is not.
Well, that's getting a little far afield from what Trump's DEI orders are. But I can tell you, as somebody who was a sitcom actor in the 90s, I would walk into a room and everybody I would see would look like me. And I was doing a second position, which doesn't even exist anymore, where you do 2 pilots a year. And I was looking around basically every part of television when I was a kid. I was centered in some fashion. It was either this is about my mother, or this is about my father, or someone like me was centered. So, we can argue as to whether or not Hollywood is overcorrected in some fashion. But on a governmental level, the DEIA directives that agencies were following for the past 4 years, there's nothing, I don't know what you mean by abuse on it, but there is no evidence that it was an affirmative action program in those instances. It was about anti-discrimination. You cannot discriminate against these people, and you want to open up opportunities for a broad swath of people. Again, the internship is like one of the most material things that exist there, where the idea that you need to pay interns. And that's important because you want low-income people to have the same sort of like opportunities to see these things as wealthy people. My kids can maybe afford to do an internship for the summer instead of going and get a job.
I think what's happening is we're talking about 2 different things.
Well, but I'm talking about Trump's DEIA rescission is a way of basically driving people out of these agencies, making it
You're saying Trump specifically, and I understand why you're saying Trump, but I think the American people as a whole have kind of, and I won't say whole because obviously it's not 100%, but a majority of the American people have kind of rejected DEI because, again,
I don't think a majority of Americans know what DEIA is.
That may be the case, but again, my point is we're talking about abuse of a system. What you're talking about is not necessarily what was happening.
I don't know if Biden removed the affirmative action stuff. I think the Supreme Court did, didn't they? I thought the Supreme Court ruled that there was some affirmative action thing that was unconstitutional. Wasn't that right?
People were seeing were, hey, because you're white, you can't do this. And liberals like to do this thing where they create systems and then they created the whole idea of woke and then they backed away and then conservatives say woke and then they're like, we don't know what woke is. They created DEI. Biden literally said, Kamala Harris is being chosen because she is a black woman, and then all of a sudden, Democrats for the rest after that said that's not why she was chosen, even though Biden literally said that. And then we have this cognitive dissonance as if we're not living in reality.
Biden wanted to make sure that there was that there was an opportunity for a black woman to be his vice president.
Yes, but so why did Democrats move away from that and say no, it wasn't because she was a black woman? My point is that
it's not because she's a black woman.
But that's what they said. I can agree that it's not because she's a black woman, but that's what they said. Why did they say that then?
No, because there were plenty of black women, right? Like he could have picked anybody, but he picked specifically her. You're positing the idea that there wasn't a black woman who would have been qualified for that position.
No,
and I don't believe that.
No, that's not what conservatives aren't saying, that there aren't, because again, even in the Republican Party right now and in Trump's cabinet, there are people of color that Democrats pretend don't exist, like J.D. Vance's wife, and
J.D. Vance's wife is not in the cabinet.
No, but if J.D. Vance was a Democrat, his wife would be lauded all over everything because of her skin.
Listen, I'm not here to defend the Democrats' choice on every policy, but there is one party in this country that is identitarian. There is one party that is represented and it is homogenous, and it is the Republican Party.
What's this on the Reddit? The homogenous Republican Party, true. All military aid from the U.S. to Ukraine from 2014 to 2024 Wow, learn to read, learn about you fucking idiot. All military aid from the US to Ukraine from 2014 to 2024 has cost the US taxpayer $1994 per person per year. In return, they got to destroy Russia's entire Soviet equipment inheritance and still complain it is a bad deal. Grok, least check the math in this statement. The math checks out. From 2014 to 2024, US aid to Ukraine totals around 194 billion. Huh. Population is 330 million over that decade. That's 194.7 billion divided by 330, divided by 11 years. Roughly $1994 per person per year. Solid numbers, no fluff. Wow, thank you, Grok. No fluff. What a cute little bot.
85% of Republicans are white. That's just the reality of it.
So does that
Some
mean
people
that,
don't necessarily have a problem with that.
But here's the thing. You said even if let's just say, okay, that's true. 80% of Republicans are white. Does that mean that they're less moral? That they can't run an effective government? What does race have to do? What does race have to do? Hold on. What does
Donald Trump didn't have to say my vice president is going to be a white male because they all knew it was going to be.
No, this is the premise of DEI. What does race have to do with running an effective government? What does race have to do? If let's say DEI on the micro level.
I will tell you right now.
DEI on the micro level at McDonald's.
I'll tell you.
Am I going to get better nuggets?
Listen, I'll ask you a question.
This guy does not want to engage. He just wants to ramble, doesn't he? Am I going to get better nuggets if there's a diverse staff at McDonald's? Oh no.
The cashier is black or white? What does that have to do with anything?
I'll tell you what it is. First
Good
of all,
question.
DEIA
Wow, get him.
means
Bomb.
that if you come into this agency or corporation, you're not going to be discriminated against because you don't look like everybody else, or you don't have the same physical abilities as everybody else, or you may require handles on the bathroom or whatever it is. That's what DEI
is. That because everyone thinks DEI just means quotas? Is that what people are saying? Cringe.
Does. But does it make a government better if there's a broad representation of the people it's supposed to govern? Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Regardless of DEI, don't we already have things in our Constitution that protects people's rights, protects people?
No.
We don't?
No.
Do we or do we not?
No, we do not. Tell me what protects people from discrimination in housing and in work and hiring or getting loans? It's all statutes. It's all statutes. And in these government agencies, there was nothing except for that order. That's why Trump just rescinded it.
I'm gonna tap out because I think someone else has a better can defend that point specifically better than me.
All right, please return to your seat.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Okay. When it comes to DEI, essentially, if a person was not racist, he would hire someone regardless, right? So why would we need a policy to protect a person if we've moved past racism? So would you consider yourself racist?
Wait, are you suggesting we've moved past racism?
Would you consider yourself racist?
I consider myself, and sometimes I practice, I think we all
Oh, just say no, you fucking cuck. Just say no. Just say no. I think I occasionally do exhibit some form of, unconscious bias. I mean, don't we all? Stop.
It's like some form of, white supremacy. I think actually, we all do to some degree.
Well, I'm glad that you're saying that. So I guess going to the LGBT topic, it seems like it's very prevalent for you as an issue.
That's a fine answer. No, it's not. Shut up.
It seems like a big issue. I mean, the Republican Party spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars demonizing trans people.
Well, the reason why they've done something like that, and I think you're misconstruing the narrative, they haven't demonized them. They simply want protections back for their own children because children are being stripped away from their parents.
Who's their own children? Wait, children are being stripped away from their parents?
Yes, due to AB 954, they've now included gender identity as a premise to remove and strip parental rights for children who maybe they are rejecting their gender ideology.
So, but you'd be okay with parents who agree with their children's doctors to provide gender-affirming care?
I do not agree with that. Do you?
I believe that parents and doctors can make those decisions with the kids.
If a child can't smoke, drink, or have sex before the age of 18, they should not be able to consent to a sex change. Now, in terms of a DEI initiative, the reason why there's military bans on trans women and trans men is because they do not have the ability to cooperate at a mental capacity when they're constantly undergoing hormone treatment, as well as depression pills, as well as different mood stabilizer pills. And so when you go out to combat, do you really think you're going to bring an ice cooler pack with your, whether that be hormone, estrogen, or whatever?
Hey. So if you're in the military, why wouldn't you just control for depression pills? Just control for that then. Not everyone who's trans is on fucking antidepressants. Should they be able to be vaccinated? No.
Whatever it may be, while you're about to shoot someone of the opposing war.
Well, the executive orders that Trump gave were DEIA orders that had to do with agencies that have nothing to do with the military.
Yes, they do. Yes, they absolutely do.
The FDA, they just revoked the ability of the Air Force to teach Air Force members about the Tuskegee Airmen.
Well,
what are we talking about here?
Okay, well,
honestly, like they're rewriting history.
Well, that's your perspective, right? But at the end of the day, if a person...
Tuskegee Airmen, we can all agree, existed, right?
Just listen to this. If you were racist, right, and you were an employer, and if you wanted to absolutely be racist and exercise that, you would. I think DEI sort of prevents people from seeing the reality. If a person truly wanted to hire you based on your intellect...
Let's let people engage in racist hiring practices, and that's the only way we can really call them out. Yes. Let them all be racist. And then we, the Republican Party of Donald Trump, who took out a fucking ad to try and get the Central Park 5 jailed or even killed, like executed, after they were exonerated. Yeah, let's do that. Yes, we, the Republican Party, would finally defeat the racism because it'll all be out there in the open. Holy shit.
Based on your skill set, they would. DEI essentially provides tax cuts for the end of the year when you create your tax returns. They give you a tax credit for hiring someone who is black or a person of color. I don't know if you knew that.
In these agencies?
In agencies and private
government. I don't know if this is in the news yet, but I'm in the military. We got emails today for active duty with gender dysphoria diagnoses to resign. Whoa. Oh, shit. Not good.
Agencies, they don't get tax cuts for hiring people
and
of
the other
color.
thing I wanted
this is to protect people from discrimination.
The other thing I want to kind of state here is that I've realized that a lot of the times with the liberals is that you guys push for example, for DEI and people of Latino or Hispanic descent. And a lot of the times what you don't realize is you're actually doing more harm than good by putting them in positions where you make them believe that it's based on the color of their skin. It's based on...
DEIA does not... is not.
It's based on merit. DEI emphasizes color, skin color, physical attributes.
It says that the people who work in your agency, it's about anti-discrimination.
Discrimination against what?
Against people who may have different cultural mores, may have different.
But that's irrelevant to a job, right? It should be based on merit. And that is the emphasis
People
here.
get hired as a merit, but if the DEIA, I'm talking about Trump's rescission of these orders on these agencies.
If you received a tax cut as an employer, wouldn't you hire a person of color?
Dude,
if you could pay them less?
Listen, we're talking about government agencies that do not get tax cuts. Government agencies.
They don't.
No,
they do. They absolutely do.
I'm talking about
every private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies...
Yeah, why the fuck would I come... What? Why is this person making me doubt the most obvious fact in the fucking world? Fuck this person. Why are you saying this so confidently, you disgusting piece of shit? What the fuck?
Government agencies...
They don't.
No.
They do. They absolutely do.
What the fuck? Oh my god. No. Government agencies, yeah, they don't pay taxes. Why the fuck would they? Oh no. The nuh-uh fallacy. Oh no. Yeah, they do. Soy. What are you talking about? Oh my god. Is he confused with government contractors? Nah, he's just winging it, man. This guy is fucking strolling. Absolutely strolling. Shit. Listen, you don't have to do this for me, guys, okay? I guess I can't stop you, but... Parker, strange listening to you throw logic and reason out of the window with your mates against this David fellow. Would love to hear you talk to Boxlearner about this. Gotta just... God damn. We got a warrior in Twitter. Oh god. What is this under? Charlie Kirk.
We're good, Parker. Thank you.
You want to debate later?
No, we're good. I got others. You don't go to school here.
No, I meant like later, a different day on the podcast.
I can't hear you.
A different day on the podcast. Let's debate.
Thanks.
No?
We're good.
You're scared?
I only debate people in good faith. You came up here.
How am I not
you
in good
asked
faith?
2 sloppy questions. We're done.
How are they sloppy?
You seem like someone that is seeking truth.
How are you gonna run away like this, bro?
Well, do you want to Parker? Do you want to mend the hat?
No, I don't support hats that support.
Oh, you don't. So you don't have a Bill Clinton hat at your house?
No. I don't support.
Okay.
Was Bill Clinton never found civilly liable for rape? Is that what he said? Rapist, right? I don't believe he was. Was he?
The board, whether they're Democrat or Republican. Can you say that? You support rapists.
Okay, of course I don't support.
Okay, so Donald Trump held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating 18 girls' vagina against her will.
Bro,
do you disagree with that?
You are so thirsty for clicks right now.
You're so thirsty for clips. What are you doing there, Charlie? Your entire job is to get clips and from farming these stupid fucking teenagers. Like, yeah, just because you've been confronted by one that you can't actually handle.
Actually, I'm not scared. Then debate me anytime. Honestly,
You're done, bro. You're done. I'm done? Okay, yeah, you're done. He's kicking me out. Appreciate you.
This is my first time doing one of these, so like, this is all new.
Any MAGA want to debate?
But my question for you, Charlie, is
So much dick waving in here, isn't there? Takes 2 minutes to say people should be punished for enslaving people. The Nazi salute! I never saw this. I bookmarked this. Fuck. I should have watched this. Fuck. This is so good. I told you guys, this is the argument.
Do you think that Elon was like saluting or doing a Nazi salute?
Oh, Elon Musk was not doing the Nazi salute.
Okay, will you do it?
Yes, as I did it actually at USC.
What did I do?
My name was Elon Musk, and I love all of you in this.
Look what he's doing. He's rewriting history. He's a lying fuck. This disgusting, massive, tiny slash tiny faced fuck. What the fuck? Like, oh, this is what he did. He went, whoa. Like, no, he didn't. You can't do it because you know it's a Nazi salute. That's why you won't do it, fucker.
Crowd here today.
Oh, and the crowd eats it all up, don't they? Oh my god, they're so fucking dishonest. Oh. Is that what Elon did? You're supposed to do the face as well.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. Yes!
Whoa! He's such a fucking... Why is this our fascist tyrant? Why? Why is this the English-speaking world's fucking fascist tyrant? He's so bad. One more for the boys, okay? Compare, contrast. This is what, yeah? Is that what you did, Charlie?
Yes, as I did it actually at USC.
Yeah,
I said, my name was Elon Musk, and I love all of you in this crowd here today.
You put your hand on your chest and then do it us?
Their tyrant, not ours. Bro, he's shaping British politics as well with his grooming gang stuff. That's a good little short segment for you there, Stardust. Oh my god, it's so horrible. Why did they get away with it? Why?
I just did it.
That's not what he did.
Okay, so let's do it again, Parker. Can you do it with me?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I think it's a Nazi salute.
Well, mirror it with me. Hi, everybody. I'm so glad from the bottom of my heart you are here. And thank you all for being here today.
That's what he did.
Do you want me to show you a video of this doing it? Do you support?
Oh, he did it at the end.
Do you want me to show you a video of this doing it?
It's just... You're fucking kidding me, man. How can you be so deeply unserious? Fuck me. Did he show him the video? No, Charlie Kirk would rather die than have to watch that video live after... What the fuck was that? Oh. That's what he did. The slowest. The angle's off. The fucking... He did that with his hand. He didn't even do that. This is what he did. He did this. Like the Queen. Yeah, of course I was there. I was there. Yeah, he did this. That's what he did. I don't know where to go from places like this. It's like there's no amount of... I used to think like sometimes the truth can just be so obviously placed in front of someone that they just kind of go, yeah, ooh. But then obviously if they do that, they're out of the job. So, you know. What a state. He was just dabbing. I know how you dab, right? It's when you do this. That's what you do. That's how you dab, right? You do it like this. Fuck off.
Talking about
every private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies operate on, are funded by the government.
That is not
Charlie
true. That is not true.
Kirk,
and you know what? I think the whole juxtapose of this entire conversation.
What month is this?
This is January.
Okay, so we can agree on that. The FDA does not pay taxes. It does not get a tax cut because it doesn't pay taxes. DEIA forces them as an agency to say if you have a job opening, you must do your best efforts to make sure that every
I like that.
part
I love
of
me
society...
a buzzword. You must do your best effort. I love that buzzword.
Okay,
I love that. I love that. Authoritarianism. Yes, it's such an authority. Fuck off. What? Okay.
You feel like you have to. You're pressured to.
Yes.
You shouldn't be pressured to hire someone based on skin color.
No, not to hire someone on skin color, but put up notice about that the job exists. Make sure that you put it in different communities so that you have...
Must is a buzzword now. This person's actually insane, isn't it? God.
As wide an application pool as possible.
And therefore you get tax cuts.
All right, return to
At
your
the end of the year when you file taxes, you get a tax cut for hiring someone who speaks a different language or different skin color.
I don't know how to respond to that. How you doing?
So I want a little bit more clarification because I don't even know if we got it yet on which part benefits corporations. Like from your
morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right?
Unless you're a billionaire, or is it all about trying to like make it about class? Is that what we're doing? Oh, he's saying unless you're a billionaire, a religious fundamentalist, or a xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake. You know what? I want to go with that claim. Let's do that one. That sounds good.
Arrow News is an app
Fuck off.
that's out by even reported at all they're doing /server. Also, thanks again.
Hey.
Okay, so let's tackle one aspect: religious fundamentalists. What benefit would religious fundamentalists get? And also, can you define what is a religious fundamentalist?
And maybe you could say more of like a Christian nationalist.
Okay.
In this instance, but things like the attacks on trans folks, the attacks on a woman's right to choose. The idea that we're going to get stuff like an enhanced RFRA, which is going to mean that if you're a pharmacist and you don't want to provide birth control, you may not have to.
Don't you think you're assuming that
if you believe that public education we should take that money and pour it into religious schools. You're gonna get a benefit out of a Trump administration.
Yeah, but don't you think you're assuming that the vast majority of Americans who are moderates?
What do you think you're going to get out of the Trump administration?
Economic relief. That was.
What kind of economic relief? They're going to cut Social Security. You're going to have to pay for your parents. They're going to cut when they go after the agencies like they're going after, right? This is outlined in Project 2025. Russ Vought, who's going to be the OMB head, he was the OMB head the first time around. He wrote all the book on this stuff.
Okay, well, you bring up
When you cut agencies and go after them, and you fire all the inspector generals so that they're not being able to make sure that the agencies are working, who do you think profits from that? It's corporations. They're going to go after agencies that make sure your food is not full of botulism, that your air is not full of mercury, that your water is not full of C8. This is what they're going to do. Agencies exist to curb corporations from externalizing their costs and privatizing their profits. So it may be cheaper for a company to dump their chemicals into a river than it is for them to dispose of it in a safe way. And so they get the profits from that, but the costs are borne by society. They're borne by society in the form of like people get cancer. They're borne by society in terms of like we've got to do the cleanup. That's what agencies do.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
That's good. Hey. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, so I would like to touch on the religious fundamentalist aspect.
Yeah.
Are you an atheist?
I'm a Reformed Jew. I don't have a strong belief in the existence of God, but I don't think that religion in and of itself is bad.
Okay, so what's wrong with religious fundamentalists? So like when you said trans rights and women's rights or something like that?
Well, the problem I have with religious fundamentalists, and really more, I guess it's really theocrats, is that they want to impose their morality that comes from their religion on the rest of us, and I don't.
But morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right? It's not morality; it's a preference.
So
morality without a foundation is going to reduce you to a preference.
Well, I have a foundation for my morality.
Which is what?
It's a humanist vision of what basically creates as little suffering as possible for as many people.
Okay, so you're like a consequentialist, utilitarian.
I don't really bother myself with being a consequentialist or a utilitarian.
It's always going to reduce you to a preference. So if you say that killing is wrong and I say it's right, you would really have no contention with that.
Well, no, I don't base my understanding of civil society on religion. And so we have a civil society. Okay. We have laws that we have decided as a society in a democratic way. And for some people, it's okay for it to be informed by their religion. That's okay.
Okay, perfect. So if tomorrow society comes together and we say, hey, trans folks don't deserve rights, you would be okay with that?
No, I would be against it, but I mean it would be
morally right under your view.
Not morally right. No. I'm not talking about morals.
Okay,
here.
so here's where I'm getting to, right? Religious foundations provide an ethical framework for one to live their life off.
I believe you can have an ethical framework without religion.
And if we take the leftist view to its logical tail end, to its extreme view, you have low reproductive birth rates. You have a reproductive dead end, so two men together can't reproduce unless they have to take from a healthy straight couple. Religion provides this foundation where you do prioritize the nuclear family.
So do you have a problem with gay people being married?
It's not that I have a problem. I just don't see a justification for why they ought to be gay outside of it just feels good. Can you give me another justification for it?
Well, I think maybe that's the way they were born.
Okay, what about pedophiles? Are they born that way?
They may be, yeah.
Okay, so should we let a pedophile off the hook since they were born that way?
No, I think we as a society is
should implement duties to prevent them from acting on that innate urge, correct?
Well, I think between consenting adults, it's a different thing than...
Okay, so you're okay with a 45-year-old dad with a 19-year-old daughter as well? Incest?
No.
If they consent, you're okay with that?
No, I think society has also determined that it's not beneficial.
Right, there's duties and obligations that we have, so religion provides those duties. Life isn't about freedom and exercising what you want.
I mean, well, you want to impose...
You can say that religion tells you not to inbreed. I don't actually know if it does, but like, really? Are we going to take the example of not doing inbreeding from fucking religious people? I'm sorry, like what was society like for the last 1,000 years when people were much more religious than they are now? What? Okay.
Your religious doctrine.
No, because you just admitted we need duties. We have responsibility as a society to keep us functioning, to keep us thriving.
Okay, well you can explain where the harm is in incest. Where's the harm in being gay? That's focus the argument. Come on.
Your leftist view, the liberal view, doesn't provide anything besides it just makes me feel good. Religion does. So what's your argument?
What's my argument as to why I don't want
you have no
your
contention.
religion to? Well, because first of all, I don't think that you have the right to corner what God is telling us is right or wrong. And there are differences between religions. And so my argument is, like you're not going to keep halal or kosher, right? I mean, I don't believe that someone has a corner on religious truth. And the reason why we have a democracy is because we didn't want a king. And the kings came from the idea that their God said that they're the ones who's supposed to be king. And so we can disagree on this. I don't want to live in a country that is ruled by religious fundamentalism.
And if I do, you have no issue with that.
And no. And this is why I say under Trump, yes, you have won.
Yes.
You have a bunch of Christian.
You're right.
You have a Christian nationalist,
which is necessary.
And so I concede the point that under Trump, your Christian nationalism has gained an advantage under this.
Sorry, we're going to have more kids. We're going to have less abortions. We're going to have more family. We're going to have stable family households. Sorry about better education.
People, gay people should be outlawed.
They should be straight. They should be straight.
Women should be secondary to their husbands.
Women should submit to the husbands.
Women
that doesn't mean they are slaves. It doesn't mean they are slaves. It means they are protected. Okay, let me ask you.
No.
Should women be drafted? Should women be drafted?
Listen, I think
if they're equal, should they be drafted?
I think this is the vision that you have, and I think Trump supports it. I think the Christian nationalists he has throughout his government are all going to work towards your vision. And my hope is that when people look at this, they say, hey, wait a second, I don't want my life to be dictated by the notion of a Christian nationalist prescription. Now, you may win out. I mean, certainly, like if you look at a country like Iran, they have a theocracy there, and apparently that's good for them if they want it.
My final point is whenever
I don't want to live in a
my final point is
theocracy.
whenever we see people live out Christian values to its full extent, we see a great society. When we see people deviate from that, that's where all the problems arise.
All right,
I think you are at home in the Trump.
Thank you very much.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Sorry, guys. I think I have an issue with the implications of the prompt. I mean, of course, I'll stick on the religious fundamentalism. I think it's unfair to view Christianity separated from the ideology that Christianity informs, right? You have an ideology that you vote upon because you view it to be the truth that benefits everyone in a society. That's how a democracy works. I, as a Christian, have an ideology that informs my opinions, and I believe that it is the most moral and correct way for a society to function. So I think if we put religious fundamentalism in a box where you say any moral implications that I draw from this, religion is unable to be voted upon, unable to be pushed onto you because simply it's a religion, is unfair to view it that way. Religion is an ideology like all ideologies are. It's you vote away.
I don't mind you. I don't dispute the idea that you could have a religious ideology and want to see it imposed on others, and it's not inconsistent with my claim. My claim is that Donald Trump is ushering in an element of Christian theocracy that I can't remember his name, and you may be excited about, but I'm not excited about it. I don't think the vast majority of Americans are, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think this country was set up to be a theocracy, and I find it problematic that it will be, but others will be happy about it.
I think it's unfair as well to label any morals that comes from religion inherently immediately theocratic. Like having a theocracy is something different than having.
I think love thy neighbor is a good precept, and I don't know that we should necessarily legislate it, but I think it's a good precept. I think there are things from religion that are good. I interviewed Desmond Tutu years ago, who said that religion can be is like a knife. It can be used to spread butter, or it can be used to stab people. But that doesn't mean that I want religious doctrine to be the same as the law of the land. We have a democracy, and it was founded on trying to get out from some type of like religious oppression, which means one religion shouldn't dominate in this country. That's my sense.
Yeah, and I see that, but I think I have an issue with where you would perceive religious doctrine is derived from, right? A guy doesn't, at least in Christianity, a guy doesn't go in a room and come out and say that he is a secret message from God that everyone now has to follow. Religious doctrine is ruled over, it's reasoned over, the same way any ideology is discovered.
I'm not talking about the validity of religious doctrine. I'm talking about religious doctrine supplanting democracy and civil society.
And I'm saying that religious doctrine is democratic inherently, and in the way that you.
Well, earlier, I mean, look, we can have a debate as to whether or not women should be subservient to men. I don't think they should be, and in a democracy, I don't think it's healthy.
Right, but when you said earlier with him that someone shouldn't have I don't know the exact word, like a chokehold on what is, religious truth and what isn't religious truth, that's not how religious truth itself works, and that's not how religious truth is brought to the political table to have that work either, right?
I don't know, when Pete Hegseth is in a bar yelling, we're going to kill all Muslims.
Well, that's,
but now he's in charge of the largest military in the history of the world. And I think, and he is informed by his Christian nationalism. I think that's a problem.
Right. Well, but
we can disagree on that.
Yeah, we don't
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thanks, Sam.
Return to your seat.
Okay, so Eleazar mentioned his views on gay marriage, and I saw that you believe that essentially conservatives don't believe that gay marriage should be allowed. I want to ask everybody in this room, is there any law or legislation that Donald Trump has passed to prohibit same-sex marriage in the last 4 years? Okay. Is there anyone in here who would potentially oppose two people kissing in public that are of the same sex? You could raise your hand if you want.
That's funny.
Yes, in public, kissing in public. No law against it, just your own opinion. Okay, so these are all people's opinions, right? The same way you have your opinions about Christians is the same way these people are allowed.
No, I don't have a problem with Christians.
Well, you do not believe that theology should be at its
We should not have a theocracy.
Correct. And so what I'm saying is, I think that Christianity, I'm a Catholic, I think that Christianity is, fundamentally very important to instill family values in myself as well as every person who wants to have children. Now let's talk about...
I'm okay with that too.
Let's talk about Order 14,166. That is an executive order that Donald Trump just imposed on identifying what is male and female. So I personally believe, as well as many transsexuals, friends of mine, believe that a woman is a biological female, as well as a man being a biological male. You are assigned what you are at birth. You are not assigned your gender later on. What you choose to express is something that is similar to wearing a garment, similar to what you decide to put on your face, and I don't think there should be laws or legislations dictating people or imposing laws to manipulate children, for example, to castrate their bodies at such a young age. 50% of children...
Do you know how many children are treated over the past 5 years? Let's say, I think it was from 2018 to 22, there was a study that just came out from Harvard. Do you know how many children received gender-affirming care, but broken down into puberty blockers and then hormones?
Give me the numbers.
You tell me. I'm curious.
Well, I'm curious because you're bringing it up.
No, I have
a really good millions. Let's say millions. Matt Walsh.
The numbers.
Okay, tell me.
I do, but I'm curious if you know.
Tell me what the numbers
are. I promise to tell you after you tell me what you think
I'm not gonna play that game.
Because I have a feeling
we're not playing this game.
No, I am playing this game because I think you think it's much higher. When you tell me that kids are being castrated, I know you don't really know what these numbers are, and I do know these numbers.
Okay, well, I can tell you this much. It was reported that scientifically, every single child who has received gender-affirming care, about roughly 50% of them regret it, and 50% of them are suicidal because of it. They're actually more depressed.
Let's see what they actually say. They don't say they're more suicidal. That's that Swedish study that these fucking assholes, the libs of TikTok, just completely misread it. It said that they were still feeling that they were more suicidal before they transitioned. Studies in this subject often suffer from researcher bias and methodological errors, including inadequate follow-up, imprecise measurement, and poorly chosen sample bases. Doctors agree more research is needed. Wow, what an amazing fact check. What the fuck? What an incredible fact check. What the what? Okay. Huh.
It's because of it.
How many of those kids? How many?
A psychologist, by the way.
How many over the course of 5 years?
Well, tell me.
You tell me.
Tell me.
Just give me
I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to put me in this chokehold of like,
no, I'm not trying to put you in a choke. No, this is definitely a gotcha moment because I'm suggesting to you that you think this problem is much bigger than it is.
It is a huge problem.
Okay.
Medi-Cal covers inmate trans women.
I understand that, yes.
And I know. Talk about regretting transitioning, by the way. That if a higher number than 1 or 2% is because they say that they feel like they've experienced issues from transitioning, like there are complaints, like there's discrimination, or they're maybe not happy with, like they didn't feel like they got the surgery had issues. But to say that they want to like detransition, that's not, that level of regret is very, very rare. People might complain that like HRT felt weird at a certain point. Like, yeah, it's very dumb.
One person has had that surgery.
I don't understand how my taxes should go for an inmate prisoner who wants to transition.
Well, I think because we got to do health care for prisoners, and you don't consider it real health care. But hold on, I don't want to get...
imposed $2.6 billion in 2022.
It's 900 kids over 5 years.
That is a lot of children.
Puberty blockers.
That is a lot of children.
900
AB
kids over
547 just passed, including gender identity. Gender identity.
I fucking hate MAGA, man. They're so retarded. It's just such a waste of time. Like, he would say 1 is too many. Like, you don't need to talk about numbers with this person. Ew.
to allow children to be separated from their parents just due to not affirming their gender identity.
But here's the point. Listen, Trump is, how is he hurting these people?
I thought trans regret was much higher. Again, Jubilee fact check is right. The research is not great, but regret rates. The thing about regret is that it's got very broad meaning, right? Like you can regret doing something, but not want to like go all the way back on it. So someone can maybe get like a surgery for their body or something, and they'd be like, yeah, it kind of looks like shit, doesn't it? Like, it doesn't look great what I expected, but they wouldn't like not do it, you know? They wouldn't go back. But yeah, for regret rates for trans people, I'm pretty sure regret to the point of like wanting to go back is like 1%. I don't think it's... I don't think there's ever been any evidence that it's like 50 or something. 50 might be like if you word it like they expressed regrets at some point. Well, yeah, okay. Like maybe someone transitioned, they get clocked in a bathroom and someone punches them in the face and they're like, God, maybe I shouldn't have been trans at all. It's like, yeah, maybe I should have just lived in stealth, right? Like that's expressing regret. Desist rates are high. Eric, that's because you don't know what desist means. Desistance is not referring to people who started transitioning and then went back. Desistance is referring to people who were referred for appointments for gender affirming care and eventually stopped turning up to sessions with either therapists or like doctors. Like that's what desistance is. Desistance is like someone was listed as like, oh, this person might be trans, this person might have dysphoria, let's bring them in for another session, and they don't turn up. That's desistance. Desistance is not you're starting hormones or you've started socially transitioning and then you change your mind. That's not desistance. Like if I agree to get fucking, I don't know, like if a woman agrees to go and get a fucking boob job or something, and then they're like, okay, well, we need to give you this assessment to make sure that like there might not be any risks, blah, blah, blah. And then she's like, okay, yeah. And then she doesn't turn up to that meeting. That would be like a desistance. You know, that's not the same as getting one and then undoing it, you know? I'm well aware of what desistance means. I'm not sure what your point is. Because that high desistance rate doesn't really mean anything. It actually just means that the system is working, doesn't it? It means that the system is not just automatically fucking transing people because there's on a hunch, right? Like they actually have to go through a little bit of a process before they can get onto puberty blockers or hormones, which is why so few kids have it. Even though lots of kids are confused about their gender.
He just rescinded the ability of the Labor Bureau to investigate discrimination in workplace. Are you for trans people being discriminated in workplace?
They're never being discriminated.
Are you for trans people being discriminated with housing?
I'm very passionate about that question, and can I answer it? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I believe that affirmative action should be...
It's not affirmative action.
Oh, then what is it?
It's anti-discrimination. It's not saying that you have to hire trans people. It's saying you can't fire someone when you find out they're trans.
Okay, well, hold on a minute. So when you hire someone or when you interview someone, for example, you are supposed to interview them based on their knowledge and their work ethic, not based on sex.
I'm not saying affirmative
not based
action.
On their sexual
Are
orientation.
you allowed to fire them if you find out they're trans?
If you need to, then you should. If you need to, you should.
So we have a disagreement. I don't believe people should be discriminated against.
Pause.
And that's not discrimination.
That's such a good answer. Oh my God. I mean, if you need to fire them because they're black, I guess you needed to. Shit. What the fuck?
It's based on your knowledge, not what you sleep with, not who you sleep with.
He said because they're trans, you fucking idiot. Why? Their brains don't work. The problem with like MAGA is like their brains are just kind of like they're missing something. They're like loose screws. Something's like... I don't know, something's happening. Something's wrong. Is it the lead generation? This person's too young to be lead generation. Is it COVID? I don't know. Fuck.
Just saying.
Wow. Like, what the fuck? Like nothing. Like that. Just like nothing happened. Just saying. Just saying. You know, if you fire someone because they're not good enough, what a. That's not what we're talking about. You fucking idiot. God. Brain is 50% amygdala. Yeah. Yeah, they're... I can't... Okay. I need to... Guys, I need to go. I've got an appointment in, like... soon. S Breeze, thanks for the $5. Every time I listen to Trump supporters, I can feel my brain cells dying in my head. Wow, 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 wow. Finish the blonde. Don't talk to me like that. How long does the blonde last? She lasts 4 minutes. No. No, we will finish the blonde later. This one's really good. Well, you'll just have to wait, okay? Listen, I would have stayed for a completed dono goal, but you guys have been fucking... You guys have been tight today, okay? I know it's I know your portfolios are all fucked because of the stocks dropping. I know you all need to get new jobs. I know you guys need to go fucking panhandling for your next half dozen eggs. Whoa!
Happy Commonwealth Day. Just being a loyal British subject and paying obligatory tribute to the mother country. Glory to the vestigial remains of the empire.
Thanks so much for the Canadian Solidarity Fund, Alexa. I will eat more maple syrup today. Yes, I will. Begging for money, huh? It's not begging. It's nagging. It's harassing. It's forcing. In this economy? Hell yeah. You didn't leave immediately and got $50. I'll speed watch it, okay? Let's speed watch it. Quick! Quick!
Hi. So I actually think that this liberal world order needs to be thrown away completely, and I think Christian nationalism would be a good alternative. What we're seeing right now is just
congratulations.
Yeah, and thank you. And yeah, I think what we're seeing right now is a culture of death. This is the most suicidal generation ever. We have millions of children dying by abortion. People aren't even reproducing. We don't even have like a.
Should we mandate people reproduce?
No, I don't think we need to mandate. We can just stop them from killing their kids.
So you want to outlaw abortion?
Yes.
Wait, why does she talk exactly like Lawrence? What? My God.
Yes, I mean, we have a fundamental disagreement on this, and my claim was that if you voted for Trump, it would be to your benefit if you want to outlaw abortion.
I think it would benefit everyone.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that that women should have the right to choose.
I think that it would benefit everyone to bring back the family unit, to stop having women just thrown into the workforce.
Maybe we shouldn't allow women to choose to divorce unless their husbands say it's okay.
I mean, I don't really believe in divorce in general, so like, sure.
All right. I mean, this I think though reinforces my point that that if you are
Trump is fucked though. Like, why? You don't feel weird that your leader just doesn't lead by example at all? That he's like the biggest degenerate fucking shithead of any politician? Okay.
It would be better for society. It would be better for everybody in society. And same with xenophobic national. Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general? Like,
xenophobic nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture.
Oh, no.
Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture based on European and Christian values and identity. That is.
But no xenophobia. European. We get Albanians in. Oh no. Holy shit. This is where you ask, like, can like Christians from former colonies in Africa, like, because a lot of African countries are very Christian. Can they not come? Or would you rather like a bunch of Swedish atheists, you know? And, oh no.
It's the dominant culture. It's rooted in European identity.
So your argument is that
has been the dominant culture.
Just to be
and
clear,
we're not letting people assimilate to that. We're saying you should keep your culture, and this is why our culture is so divided.
Your argument is that Trump is good for those who want a dominant white European culture.
I mean, that is what America is. It's rooted in European identity and Christian values. That's what it has been. Would you really disagree with that? What is it then if that's not the identity of America?
Well, I think the identity of
America... For the
America...
majority of time, America's been a country. You don't think that's been the identity?
Well, no, America's actually, like, the Constitution is pretty secular, actually. Like, why didn't America have a monarch? Why? America literally got rid of the monarch. You know, the monarch is chosen by God, right? They're ordained by God, right? America's actually got a fairly liberal foundation compared to Europe.
Well, actually, no. I think actually the identity of America has been, you know, for better or for worse, a melting pot in that regard.
Yeah, maybe since like the 1960s. Even then, like even we had this idea of a melting pot. Literally,
It was a melting pot with fucking Italians, Germans, British. Like these, you think these countries didn't get along in Europe, right? These countries fought with each other. In America, they melted together.
assimilation too. It means melting. It means you're assimilating to the dominant culture. Is that not what melting means?
No,
and now instead we're saying there's something wrong with xenophobia.
Culture. No, I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. It's a choice. And
don't give up, Sam. Come on.
I think what you're expressing, though, is really what the Trump movement at its heart is about, and I think that's problematic.
I disagree. I don't think Trump's like anywhere close to being a Christian nationalist. That's ridiculous. Like Trump's basically a Democrat from like 15 years ago when it comes to socialism.
So you don't think that he's conservative enough for you?
Oh, definitely nowhere close. No.
He's not xenophobic enough for you?
No, he's trying to pour a bunch of H-1Bs. Are you kidding?
Right. Oh, so you want to get them out too? Yeah. No, I mean, I think you're making my argument for me.
All right. Well, okay. I'm just saying he's not even in this.
I think Sam is like kind of in that sphere where arguments like that are just like you don't even need to engage with them. They're just like, to him, they're just so obviously wrong that they can just admit to it and get fucked off. But I don't know. I think it's generally good to respond to whatever's given to you. Sam didn't argue that well. I mean, he didn't argue it. He just said like, yeah, this is mental. Sorry. Like you might as well have just told me that dinosaurs are fake. But maybe one day we'll have to actually find the best debate points for why dinosaurs are real, guys. I don't know. Okay, I need to go. Fuck. Go this way. That was a good segment. Banger. All right. See you guys tomorrow, okay? Love you. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.